Hello everyone and welcome to Lobster Crossfire 4. That's right, we are up to 4 of these amazing tournaments. I am Yeson, we are no longer starting soon, and I am joined by Zada for today's performance. Zada, say hello.
Well, hello everybody. Yeah, a few of you may know that long ago, before this was the Lobster Crossfire, it was the 4v4 Dooley Squelchers tournament series, and I think I streamed one of them. So it's great to be back. So
It's great
how
to
are you
have you
doing
back.
tonight?
We've
Or actually,
rebranded,
this
got some
afternoon.
nice graphics.
Hey, yeah, yeah.
It's looking good. Yeah, the rules are pretty much the same though. So for any new viewers here, we're going to quickly go over the format. It won't be long before our first round is underway. We've already got a room open and we're getting players in. But for those of you who are new, Zeta, would you like to go through the format for us?
Sure. This is a well, there's a lot of best ofs in this particular tournament, but this is a splat zones tournament with the special requirement that there has to be a dually squelcher on each team. So it can be a custom dually squelcher, it can be the vanilla dually squelcher. I think that's the only two that there are. If there's a third one that's coming out, yeah, right.
Oh
So
man, that's the dream, right? A third dually
that
squelcher.
would be the dream, wouldn't
Kids
it?
are
Wouldn't
dually
it?
squelchers with Booyah Bomb. Yeah.
We've only got a year left, right? We only got a year left for until Splatoon 3. So we'll see. We'll see what Splatoon 3 brings. But yeah, it is a Splat Zones only tournament. There are 8 maps. There are just 8 maps. And actually, let me find that
I
map
have that
list.
one up. I can read through it if you'd like.
Go
So our
for
map
it
list,
because
pretty
I'm slow.
unchanged. That's okay. We've got the Reef, we've got Muscle Forge Fitness, we've got Inkblot Art Academy, we've got Manta Maria. I have a friend request from the other team, so I'm gonna quickly
Excellent.
do that midway through reading a list. That's fine. Um,
Well, I
it,
can continue the list. I found
please
it. I
do.
found it. So after Manta Maria, we have Mako Mart, we have Piranha Pit, Wahoo World, and Anchovy Games. So it looks like it is going to be Splat Zones madness here as the Dooley Squelchers battle it out. But the thing to keep in mind, everybody, if you're watching this or you're new to the Lobster Crossfire, there only has to be one Dooley Squelcher on each team. I know that in the early days, everyone was like, "Does it have to be 4 Dooley Squelchers?" No, it doesn't.
Goodness, that would be quite stale, honestly.
Well, there's a place and a time for that, and
Hmm.
I think a tournament where there are real cash prizes is probably not the right time for that. But it's it's definitely. Oh, did I say cash prizes? Is that
Did
right?
you say cash prizes? I believe
Did
there
I say?
are.
I believe there are. Yeah, it's $80 for the first place team and $40 for the second place team. So some real money on the line. If you're in American dollars, I don't know how that translates to Australian
It's
dollars. I
even
think it's
more.
there you go.
Yeah, it's a
So
prize
yeah,
you want to win, and it's
yeah,
not too
exactly.
hard to get it. We have, I think we have the most teams we've ever had for one of these events today, but it's still only 13 teams, or is it 12? 12 or 13 teams. Let's have a quick look at our bracket, and we can see what teams we have signed up for today. That sounds like a good
That
idea.
sounds like a plan.
All right, switching over to bracket view, you can see it's just refreshed here. We have our 13 teams. Yes, it is indeed 13, which is quite a large number. Usually, if you get a bye, you're only 2 rounds away from some prize money. Here, it's 3. You've got to work a bit harder for it. Or is it just...
Little
Yeah, it
bit.
is. Yeah, a little bit harder. So, we have Interinks, Freelancing Takoyaki, Wiki, Yayflower Stands, All-Star Squad, Dan Man Fan Club. Love the repeating sounds of that one. The
Oh yeah.
Squigas. Uh, uh,
Squeegas.
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 Yeah, it's like a squid. I'm not even gonna attempt it.
Yeah.
Yeah, the Squeezer, Carp, Mythic Splatoon, and Revert. We also have 2 Japanese named teams supporting today. We usually find out how to pronounce those later in the program.
Oh
Uh,
no, come on! I actually looked it up before the stream
oh,
because I saw and one of them is actually one that I cast once before. Heiho no Nakami, which is the
oh,
content of Shy Guy. The other
yes.
one is Shirobazon zone this, which is it is a silver zone. So I might be saying Shy Guy in silver zone, just because
I think
my
we're gonna.
Japanese is terrible,
I'm
as you
gonna
guys
stick
can
with
tell.
Heiho because Heiho Academy is now this team,
Ah,
and
there we
they
go.
won our last event. They won Lobster Crossfire 3, so they are going to be the
Nice.
team to
Nice.
beat in this tournament.
So Heiho is back, and I remember casting Heiho as well back in the pre-Lobster Crossfire day. Fire, yeah, I can't even speak tonight. Um, we'll see. We'll see how this goes. But yeah, it's definitely some exciting action. And what's interesting is I know a couple of people that are already loading into this lobby. It's gonna definitely be a bang up, kill them all in the zone, out of the zone, around the zone, near the zone, wherever the zone is
Depends
kind of
on
night.
which zone we
So
have.
but it could
Interestingly,
be,
yeah, we've got some
yeah,
Australian players in here that I recognize quite well. They've been returning week after week and slowly improving. So it'd be nice to see these players really come into their own and be able to stand up in the finals. Fingers crossed.
fingers crossed indeed. So yeah, it is a 13 team field, and so I have the next 4.5 5 hours blocked off. I don't know if it's going to take that long to get through all 13, but
I'm
it
expecting
is
5 hours at the
that's about
absolute
right.
most. I think
That's about right.
four is the casual running, but because we've got more
Yep.
teams, we'll see how that pans
That's
out.
true. And it is best of 5 in the winners bracket and best of 3 in the losers bracket. So the losers bracket would actually proceed a lot faster. And then I believe the finals are best of 7. So there are a lot of best ofs. And so best of 5, or for those of you who prefer first to 3, I'm still trying to wrap my head around that one. But
Okay, well, with that in mind, it looks like our first match is ready to go. I believe it is Luke versus. Oh, right. It's Wiki versus Yayflower stands, I believe.
the the Yayflower and of course Yayflower is the head TO for the Lobster Crossfire the Lobster Crossfire series. So
Very
it's
much
it's
appreciated.
good that she has some stands, I guess I would say. So,
Now, I'm gonna take a guess and say that that's the team lineup. Um, just waiting for a double check. In fact, we'll switch over to our gameplay stream here. I believe I've got that correct, but I'm just waiting for a confirm.
I'm hoping it's right too, but I would just be guessing. So but I know Luke is on one team, and that's pretty much, that doesn't help. So
Not particularly. I'm guessing like the naming convention as well. We've got Kiwi, Rui, Ricky. Mob stands
and
out,
Mob.
but I'm getting a message from the team captain, so we should be able to get that confirmation locked in, and then we can start with our Splatoon Lobster Crossfire. Excellent. All right,
Okay.
we are underway, and we are starting with Piranha Pit. Now, considering these teams have to run a dually squelchers, would you like to take a guess as to what kind of team comps we'll be expecting for Piranha Pit?
Well, dually squelchers are going to give you the range. They aren't going to give you quite the range of something like it's going to be similar to the range of a K Pro. Not quite the range of an E leader. This particular stage, keeping the zones are going to flip back and forth quite a lot. And so we are going to see dually squelchers. I'm sure it's probably going to be CDS on each team to get that the ring coverage over the zones in order to be able to sweep across both zones, because you can do that with Inkstorm. I'm trying to think though. Comps. Again, there's what I would play and what a normal person would play, and what. And
I can tell you from experience, you can pretty much guess based on the region the team is from what they're going to run. So I think we're going to be seeing Armor, Zap, Nautilus, some kind of turfing weapon, and then your CDS.
Yep,
That's what I'm expecting.
I think you're pretty right. I do know for sure what role Luke usually plays. So I'm interested to see what he does as the Slayer, because that's
Yes.
at least the times that he's wrecked me. That's what it always is. So.
Alright, well let's get the first round of Lobster Crossfire underway and see what our teams are bringing to the table. Yeah, okay. So pretty expected on the side of Yay Flower Fan Club here. The Tri-Slusher, an interesting choice, one that we usually see from our Japanese teams. So very exciting to see it represented here.
Tri-Slusher can be very effective on this map because you can get on top of the ramp, and you're able to cover the zone quite well. It looks like we're 3 down already on the Yay Flower stands, with Pog Ray Me still alive. Pog Ray Me has that special ready to go. Meanwhile, over on the Team Wiki, it looks like they've got that E-Leader, and that is also an excellent choice for this particular map because there is a lot that you can cover with an E-Leader on this particular map. So I think we are seeing lots of painting weapons on both teams. Very similar compositions. Again, Luke going with the Kent's 52, and yeah, this is pretty good. It's pretty interesting.
Absolutely. We're down to 50 points remaining for Wiki right now. They've just had more of a dominant control over mid thus far. It'll be interesting to see if we can get some kind of pushback from the Yay Flower stands, just because, like, at the moment they are trading on their way in, and that's not really buying them the ground they need. They finally got a bit of an opening here, and they are going to be able to take control. Will they be able to hold it?
Well, they do get that very important penalty there. Ooh, there is Ree with that E-Leader shot.
Yeah, I mean, E-Leader, like, great choice for this map, as you're saying, especially for covering the zones. There are plenty of safe places you can stand, and you can get a sight line across both the zones very easily. So if your opponent isn't keeping an eye on where your E-Leader is standing, you have quite a lot more control. However, when your E-Leader is the only one left, it's going to be a bit harder to stick around. A nice jump out there is going to keep them in the game.
They jump out there, yeah, absolutely. So yeah, we do see the Yay Flower stands continuing to hold the zone, although, yeah, it was neutralized briefly, but they are holding the zone.
Yeah, Inkstorm doing a good job covering the belt there as well, just delaying the opponent's approach here. They only need to take lead to hold on to this because of the big penalty they're facing. So just holding them out for just long enough would do the job for them. However, we are seeing a lot of pushback here. Wiki are firmly in their half of the court at this point, and they should be able to hold their side of the zone pretty easily.
And Luke getting that splat, but it looks like we are going to have a switch of control, and we do, so that puts the penalty back on Yay Flower stands. Wiki able to take control again and keep this match interesting.
Yeah, in the nick of time too. Only a 3-point difference on the board there. Ricky's doing a lovely job with this armor zap, can I just say. Already at 13 splat assists. Just absolutely being everywhere on the map, moving super quickly, and really keeping the enemy on their toes.
That's so true. It's you know, it looks like they're gonna burn up. Wiki's gonna burn up that penalty pretty quickly. They've only got about 12 ticks left. Here comes those missiles.
Yeah, they are definitely trying to create some openings here. They're spending a lot of their specials to re-enter at this point, and while I understand that Yay Flower stands, they do need to get in here to get some points on the board. If they use all their specials just on re-entry, I worry how well they'll be able to hold the zone once they get there.
It could be. It is looking a little bit difficult right now, but you know, we are in a one zone condition. But it looks like control has been retaken. It is just kind of flipping back and forth right now. But there's still a minute left on the board. Reed getting that snipe, getting another one, getting an assist on the second one.
I worry there is no longer a minute left on the board.
I don't know. I think there's only about 4 seconds left here. It's now or never, and it is Team Wiki taking our first round today, kind of in a back and forth fashion. But Wiki able to get that knockout in our first of our best of 5.
I could definitely see both of our teams taking rounds here. It's not like there was an overwhelming presence. I think the key here, and you can see it in the splat assists, right? We've got some big numbers on Team Wiki. And I think part of that is just because they weren't overcommitting at any point. They were able to let the opponent come back in, you know, paint around a bit, and then take them out when they weren't expecting it. And because they were able to ebb and flow like that, they weren't being taken down, they were able to maintain control more often, and that really took them that round.
It definitely did. So I wonder which of the remaining it's Manta Maria. So this is a little bit different. I don't think E-Leader is quite as effective on this one. I know some people would disagree with me, and
I would agree with you.
Right. But the places that you have to set up for an E-Leader on this particular map are a little different. So it's it's a little trickier unless you're an extremely strong E-Leader player on this particular one. So again, this is one where you need to watch for flanks a lot. People show up in the in the bunker area there all the time. So yeah, I'm seeing CDS on both sides on this one. I don't think this is a vanilla a vanilla one.
No, there are certain teams that do run vanilla more frequently. I don't think it's either of these teams. I don't think we're going to see either of these teams running the vanilla, because like bombs are such a good pocket trick to have. They deal damage, which is like a big deal when you need explosive damage in a short amount of time. So yeah, I totally expect to see that. I would absolutely expect to see the Tri-Slosher returning here, maybe a Slosher from both teams. It's a very good map for Sloshers. Being able to just nip people in bunker will buy you a lot of space. So I wouldn't be surprised for that.
Tri-Slosher is strong here. Anything that can spread ink considerably is definitely going to work on this. We might see some long range shooters as well. I wouldn't be surprised if we didn't see a jet in addition to the CDS.
Ooh.
Just for a little extra range.
Yeah, I could get behind that.
Let's see what we get.
All right, opening over, we have a carbon copy. I believe both of our teams
the same comp
have not changed. There you go.
It's exactly the same comp. We're overthinking it here.
I play into your comfort zone, right? If this is what the teams have been practicing with, you might as well run with it, especially because it's not particularly easy to theory craft a comp for the CDS or VDS without doing so in advance. Like, you've only got 90 seconds on that equipment selection screen. You don't want to be fumbling around if you're not certain.
That is true. That is very true. Rui already, I believe, has a splat with that E-Leader, so I knew I was going to get proven wrong at some point. I didn't realize it was going to be that quickly, but that's good enough for me. But we do have the Yayflower stands in control right now. They have taken the lead. Rui kind of getting pushed back, and yeah, those bombs coming in.
And that is the wipe. That is absolute control for the Yayflower stands. I think my concern with the E-Leader, it's not that it can't be used well, it's just that there are very few good spots for an E-Leader to stand on this map. We can see Raimi just covering one of those spots right now, knowing very well the E-Leader wants to be perched right up there. And like, if there is just someone watching that spot the whole game, that E-Leader becomes worthless. So I can understand if you're comfortable with the weapon, go for it, but the other team knows what they have to do to shut it down, and they're doing so very efficiently.
And we have a bit of a battle right now between the two Dually Squelchers, and it was Wiki that was able to take a Kiwi on the Wiki team playing the Dually Squelchers.
It's a good anagram.
I'm gonna have problems with this all night. I can feel it already. And by the way, good morning to those of you in Europe, and good afternoon to those of you in the Australian New Zealand region.
Good day to you as well. Okay, so it's fairly neutral right now. It looks like Yayflower stands are going to be able to maintain control for a short while. The penalty being in the way means they're not really gaining too much at the moment. They're going to have to resist this onslaught, and their opponent can go in a bit slower if they want.
And here comes that rain coming across the zones with that Booyah Bomb is going to, well, not do too much actually. Sometimes these zones do not like to change with the Booyah Bomb, and in that case they didn't.
I think the trick there is that Booyah Bombs are much more effective on zones that aren't flat. A flat zone doesn't have enough surface area to be picked up by the Booyah Bomb. Whereas a curved zone, like on Muscle Forge, for example, much more effective. Alright, we've got some people in chat as well. Hello, chat people. Nice to have you here.
Greetings, chat.
Alright, with 2 minutes left on the clock, we are getting dangerously close to clearing that penalty for Yayflower stands. The E-Leader trying to do a bit of turfing from afar, but we're already seeing members of Wiki being taken out by these bombs. As we said, getting that instant burst damage in those tough spots is really keeping Wiki away from the zone here. They're losing players rather rapidly.
And that penalty is gone. We are at 7 seconds, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and that is a match. So the Yayflower stands coming right back and taking our second match on Manta Maria.
Yeah, I mean, I said either team could take a round, and I meant it. These teams are quite evenly matched. I think that the problem with the first round was that it just wasn't quite the right pacing for the Yayflower stands. They've definitely brought that into their own. And I think also they just had quite a dominating control of the map. They knew exactly where they had to pummel those points to suppress the enemy's comp.
Well, and again, I think that slight difference between the two comps actually kind of reflects the difference between the two maps and what's optimal on each of the maps. So I think it was, you know, I think the comp selection actually, you know, kind of in some ways definitely helped with the map selection, which was random. So
I 100% agree. Yeah, I wonder now that teams have seen the benefit of picking a comp to fit the map, will we see a change for Muscle Forge Fitness?
I don't know. You know, this is one of those weird zones that has the two angled sides on it, and it is this zone to me has always seemed a little finicky as far as being able to get it to flip. So it's you know, but booyah bombs in the, you know, a booyah bomb in the middle of it, actually 2 booyah bombs I think can flip it if I'm not mistaken. It's been a while since I've
100% they can. As long as you're hitting those angles just right, you can 100% flip a zone with a booyah bomb.
So I wouldn't be surprised if we saw like a return of a K Pro or something like this in addition to CDS. But I think CDS is also going to be in use on this one. I'm not really seeing VDS.
I'm not seeing VDS from these teams. It doesn't come up that often. I'm thinking we'll just leave that one on the table, and when it comes up, we'll be pleasantly surprised. But until then, I think it's going to be CDS all the way.
Well, this looks familiar, and that looks familiar. So we are same comps.
Yeah, no changes.
No changes.
No changes.
You know, I can see some benefits to E-Leader on this one. The setup areas are a little different. Obviously, of course, the NZAP is going to be a strong weapon for coverage, and of course the dually squelchers are as well.
I think the other key here though is that the E-Leader is a lot safer on this map. They can play a lot safer. There's a lot more areas they can safely stand. They should be in a better position. Already we're seeing examples of the Booyah Bomb flipping the zone, and just like that, some heavy pressure pushing one of the members of Wiki all the way back into their opponent's spawn.
It can happen.
I mean,
it looks like Wiki is jumping back home. They are getting the heck out of there, and it looks like Yayflower stands are doing a full court press on the zone right now.
Yeah, the Inkstorm does do quite a bit of damage, but because it's backed up and supported by members of Yayflower Stand, it does not get the neutral. And with the Booyah Bomb just ominously waiting right next to that E-Leader, oh my goodness, that was targeted. It's just buying them time. They're getting closer and closer to that KO victory. They're increasing their score. It will finally flip now, but they've put themselves in an excellent position moving forward.
So Wiki with that control now, it looks like they're having a little bit of problem finding disappearing players, but that happens all the time in this game. So we are seeing Wiki able to hold the zone for a while right now. Right now though, it's only one player down on Yayflower stand, so we are continuing this lockout phase, but it looks like it's coming to an end as this Booyah Bomb missiles come in. Nope, not enough.
Interesting, yeah. I think with the members of Wiki firing on that Booyah Bomb, they were able to just mitigate it. Mob picks up the double thanks to those Tenta missiles, And while it does flip, it's not going to last for long. It's a penalty, it's bought them some time, but unless Ray can get some extra splats down here, it's not looking particularly good for the Yayflower stands.
And as Wiki burns down their penalty, here comes those missiles to avoid. Looks like they have been avoided. Here comes that Booyah Bomb.
Oh, but...
not quite on the center.
yeah, and the E-Leader getting that snipe just perfectly timed with it prevented the neutral from happening there. Additionally, a lovely bomb camp there as well is going to put Ricky in a great position to take out the dualies here. And with that, that's 2 down and 10 points till KO. This Booyah Bomb better do some magic. You can see, oh wow! All of the members of Wiki just rapid firing to mitigate that Booyah Bomb and keep themselves in it. Amazing coordination and recognition of the circumstance.
So taking our third match, it is Wiki. So we are 2 for Wiki, 1 for the Yayflower stands. Really is going back and forth, and you know, again, I think the map is almost dictating how effective the composition is going to be at this point. I know I said it badly before, and I think I just said it just as badly now. So
I mean, if neither of these teams are willing to budge, the map coming up is huge.
And example, this is here is the dual zone of the reef. So yeah, this one's interesting. This one's interesting. I still remember the days when it was just the one big zone underneath the bridge, and then they changed it to the dual zone, and the matches on the reef last a little bit longer than they did back in the old days of Splatoon 2.
They used to be so quick.
They were very quick on this one. So, you know, again, on this one, I think paint coverage and being able to control the approaches is actually going to be the most important factor. You know, I don't know. I think we are going to see the same comp. I think I think I'm resigned to that now.
Yeah, I'm not predicting changes in comp, but hopefully a change in play style. The E-Leader has a bit more rain here. There are a few places it can retreat to. So as long as they have one member pressuring that, they can focus the rest of them on controlling the bridge. And when you control the bridge, you can control below the bridge, especially when you've got weapons like those. We do have a change, actually. 2 changes.
There is a change. There is a change.
We've got some Tetras coming out for the Yayflower stands.
And we have traded in the K52 for the CDS.
Wow, we also have the Firefin.
Has gone to the Firefin. Yes, Firefin Splat Charger.
Alright, so quite a few changes, showing us that we don't know what we're talking about, but that is fine.
We're good at filling airtime.
Absolutely.
That's what we're good at.
Okay, early lead going to Wiki here. They've got good control of the base of the map, but with all the members up on Yayflower stands at the moment. That being said, 2 go down. It's looking quite well controlled at this point. They're going to be able to get below that 50-point margin as long as no one slips past their defensive line. You can see the ink armor is allowing the members of Yayflower stands to push back in. Splashdown coming out on the zone as well is going to buy them some more time, but unless they can get the splats underneath here, they're not going to be able to put the penalty on, and that push goes awry. They'd saved up their specials to make that one happen, and it didn't quite land.
So Wiki in commanding lead right now. I mean, there hasn't been any time off the clock by the Yayflower stands yet, so they are running out of time to get that in. You can see the bomb trades going on here.
We've got 2 specials coming out from the Yayflower stands. They are committing everything to this last push, and it looks like it succeeded. They've taken out everyone except for the Firefin.
They were able to take the Team Wiki down to only just 1 player killed, and enough to be able to get in. Now it is defend, defend, defend.
Yeah, you really can't afford to get a penalty at this point. So you need to be playing very aggressively to make sure your opponent isn't stalling the zone. You've got a large deficit to make up. That being said, here comes the armor and bomb rush, and it is flipping right back. Just a few more splats for Wiki, and they will be able to put this one to bed. That being said, splats aren't coming in as quickly as they'd like, but there we go.
Yes. It's like, okay, what's going on here? Wait a minute, yes.
There we
Oh,
go.
wow,
It was a
look
bit
at that
slower
snipe.
than they probably would have liked, but they finally re-established a strong control, and Rui is now nailing these shots. And that is splat by splat, closing this case. With the penalty getting dangerously low now, I would estimate that the A-Flower stands are either going to build special for one last-ditch effort, or they're going to go for 2 rounds of splats. And seeing as the armor just went out, I'm thinking they're committing.
They are committing. They don't have much time left.
They've got neutral, so they're able to buy it, and the penalty goes on the board. That's very good for them. Now they just need to clean up their opponent. It's very good that they've got the penalty, but they do need to get through their own if they're going to have a chance to take this match out.
We do have a little bit of a battle between the Dually Squelcher and the Tri-Slosher. That seems to have mitigated a little bit.
Okay, it looks like they're holding fairly strong here. We can see they've got specials in the back pocket. Although we do have 3 specials coming out at once from Wiki. They want that zone back. They are not ready to wait.
Wiki is pushing in. The zones are neutralized.
Luke manages to take out the Fire Fin, but is the last one standing for their team. They've lost control, they've got that penalty reapplied, but if Luke can get some splats here, they can still be in this.
And Luke is coming onto the zones. It looks like it is flipping back to Yayflower stands as Luke defends the zone.
Minute on the clock, that is just enough time for them to get a KO without having to worry about overtime. So they are still in a good spot here. I think it's going to be interesting to see how Wiki respond here. They've usually waited for 3 specials before they rush in. Here they're going in with only 2. They've already lost a player. Can they hold on?
And it looks like Wiki has taken
2 for
the
1.
zones just long enough.
Oh, the Tri-Slosh is there, but Raimi's able to shut it out before the penalty's reapplied for too long. They might be able to keep this one in their favor. I think this one's going to be a bit of a nail-biter, especially because we don't have any specials ready for Wiki.
Wiki building those specials. We are going to go into overtime. It's looking like overtime right now, although the Tetras are down. Tetras are currently respawning at this point.
Ooh, Tentamissiles being run over the zone there is going to cost them a little bit of time, but with 2 members down on Wiki, if we can see some successful hunting, and we do from the Yayflower stands, they can take this, only a 10-second hold remaining, and only 1 player left to shut them down. I think that is guaranteed.
That is the Yayflower stands taking it.
I did not expect the first match of the day to be the closest one, but it's looking very much that way. We have seen back and forth wins from these teams. It is now 2-2. The next round takes it. Splats are a lot more even here as well, yeah.
We're not seeing the crazy number of KAs on the Yayflower stands, but they were definitely focused on keeping those zones and taking those zones back. So I think this is a case where objective play actually worked in their favor quite a bit.
Well, let's hope they can do it again here with Mako Mart. It is a more accessible zone than the last zone we had. So
very true.
You can get tactical, you can sneak your way in, but also you got to keep in mind that if you're not playing aggressive with your opponent, they can reach the zone just as easily. So you can't just be focusing on the zone, you do need to be getting those picks pretty early on. It is not hard to reach that far out.
On this map for sure. So this is one of my favorites. It is it's a very balanced map. You can see a lot of what's going on, but there are a couple of sneaky routes that you can take that will surprise your opponent. So it's I'm looking forward to this one.
All right. Let's see what we've got here. Weapons?
Looking like Rui's back on the E-leader, but it looks like it's very much the same composition as the last match for the Yayflower stands. So it is going to be a good one.
I can definitely appreciate the E-leader on this map. You've got a flat top over most of the map, so you can pressure a lot of areas pretty easily without having to compromise your position too badly. I think the key here, though, is that we've got 3 very fast shooting weapons on Wiki, but we've got 4 very fast shooting weapons on Yayflower stands. So they're going to be able to get control faster in a dead heat, which means that Wiki are going to have to push for those splats just a little bit more than their opponent.
So it looks like Yayflower stands are about to take the lead.
It is a lead. It's not much of a lead at the moment, and honestly, the map is a bit chaotic at the moment. We're seeing trades happening all over the shop. The difference here is that both teams are holding on to their 2 specials right now. Neither team wants to overcommit to a push that they can't complete. But Wiki have decided to make the first move. They've popped their armor, they've popped their rain, and they are going for that zone. Taken out by a lovely place suction bomb from Hazard. Hazard doing a great job sweeping up the left side here, and with all the specials that the Yayflower stands used, they were able to neutralize all of the ink incoming from Wiki. Because of that, both teams are spent, but control didn't flip, which means it looks very close to a knockout.
So that, now the control does flip, so that was enough to put that 66 seconds, well, it's not really seconds, but 66 ticks of penalty on there. So it's
very clever play from Wiki. They were able to use the E-leader and time it with the suction bomb to insta-flip the zone. There was nothing the opponent could do to mitigate that. So very well played on their behalf, keeping themselves in this game. We're only 2 minutes in, but already, like, tensions are high.
Tensions are high.
Ooh, Kiwi not quite timing that bomb camp on the super jump there. Meaning that the members of Yayflower stands are able to get in a lot faster and really push forward against the members of Wiki.
Kiwi again with the bomb toss, unfortunately bouncing in the wrong direction, which can happen with splat bombs.
Yeah, you can never fully rely on the velocity of those. Alright, well, we've got 1 member down on Yayflower stands, and it looks like the specials are popping now. We have the Ink Armor coming out early, which has kept a lot of the members of Wiki in business. Inkstorm, combined with their push, has managed to get them the zone once again. A whole minute's gone by, and not too much has changed. It's still very much in the favor of the Yayflower stands, but Wiki showing no signs of giving up here. They know that this is their last chance to stay in the winner's bracket, and they are not ready to give that up.
Wiki holding on as much as they can. You're right. This really is, it's best of 5, and this is the 5th round. So Wiki doing what they can, and looks like a good chance. There's 2 down on. There are 2 down. The Yayflower stands right now. It looks like we might see a lead change.
Yayflower stands as well. Oh my goodness!
Oh, they stopped it!
And with the extra, like, ink mine there, Wiki able to neutralize the opponent, but that penalty critical. I was so worried because Yayflower stands, they'd spent a few of their specials out of order, and because of that, the Inkstorm was completely mitigated. It didn't do any damage to the zone or to the opponent team. I was worried they were going to just slip away right there, but the splashdown at the clutch last second was able to keep them in the game. With a large penalty to go through, I don't see Yayflower stands increasing their score much at this point. It's just going to come down to whether Wiki can get through that 49-point penalty in time.
That's right. That's right. That was fantastic play by Yayflower stands in order to stop that timer at exactly the right.
You try and avoid those moments as much as possible, but when it gets there, if you have a last ditch effort and you can pull it off, feels so good.
Well, we are having cleanup on aisle 6 over here as as everyone is waiting for this timer to.
The specials are popping right now. I think that was the plan. They've taken out the splashdown before it causes any issues. The Tenta missiles combined with the Inkstorm get control of the zone, and now it's just a matter of wearing this penalty. We've got some really questionable jumps coming in here from the Yayflower stands. The Tetras thinking that they'll be able to keep themselves in with a dodge roll or 2. Not quite working in their favor. The Inkstorm not backed up by any long-range support. A second Inkstorm's coming in shortly afterwards. It might be enough to just fatigue their opponent.
Yeah, neutralization.
Can they do it? No, they can't. The Tri-Slosh is not able to compete.
Wiki gets it back.
Wiki gets it back. They have the player advantage. They're almost through that penalty. It's neutral once again, but Ricky just nailing those shots. Ink Armor comes out just in the nick of time, keeps Wiki 11, in it, and 10, they are 9. Taking it!
Wiki!
Wiki with the clutch overtime take. They weren't in the lead the whole match, but they just kept chipping away at it until they made their final push there, and they got that clutch armor at the end. They were able to get several splats and also provide for their team. Wiki move on to the next round.
Wow, that was something to see. I mean, that was so close there in so many ways, and that, you know, that clock stop there. You know, man, that was one close match.
All right, well, that is the first round of this tournament. That's just the start.
That's just the start.
It's just the start.
Just the start.
We can have a quick look at our
it
standings
only was
as well.
45. That was 45 minutes of pretty high intensity action.
I mean, it makes sense. Realistically, like, we had two very close teams. They're gonna slug it out. They're gonna bring it to overtime. They're gonna run down the clock every time just because they really want to win this. And who could blame them?
Well, I mean, it's Lobster Crossfire number 4. I mean, you get in the Lobster Crossfire Hall of Fame. So, I mean,
there are not many Lobster Crossfire winners. That's true.
That's true. So yeah, this is one heck of a way to open this up. So congratulations again to Wiki on their 3-2 win over the Yayflower Stands. Again, seeing some amazing Splat Zones play here. And, you know, the Dooley Squelchers definitely not holding either of the teams back in terms of being able to bring the fire.
Absolutely not. So in that case, just looking at the standings here in chat, we can see the standings here as well. We definitely spectated the best match of that round. We've got a lot of 3-0s on the board. We've got Freelancing Takoyaki. I hope that wasn't... I know they were missing a player earlier. I hope that wasn't them having to forfeit a match due to a missing player. It's possible that that was the case. The Interlinks going down 0-3 to one of our Japanese teams. I don't remember. I don't know if this is Heiho or not. I think it's Heiho, but I'm not 100% sure. So I'm going to just leave that one up to speculation.
No, that is Silver. That is...
Oh, that's Silver. Okay. So then we have Heiho taking the 3-0 against the All-Star squad. They will be up against Wiki next. So Wiki really have their work cut out for them here. The Damn Man Fan Club taking the 3-0 against Squeezer. And Mythical Splatoon taking the 3-0 against Revert. That's going to put them up against Carp in the next round. We've already had some of our losers bracket rounds go as well. Interlinks, unfortunately, our first team eliminated from the tournament by Revert. So they've moved themselves forward into losers round 3. Okay. That was a very close match. I'm sure our players are feeling hyped. And I think we are going to be watching match 8 next, which is Wiki versus Heiho. So in that case, I will let them know that we have the room.
This is going to be pretty exciting. I've seen, you know, obviously we've both seen Heiho play, and they're an amazing team. But you know, Wiki was bringing a lot of heat today, so I think it's going to be interesting. I think it's going to be pretty tight.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, so I think as well something that's very notable about Heiho, they love their vanilla Dooley Squelchers. They run them quite frequently. So I wouldn't be surprised to see those.
So we may see
they love their
VDS
slushes, so we'll see
versus
that
CDS.
Yeah,
this could be interesting.
Absolutely.
Well, I know that Ye's favorite is the VDS. That is her favorite. So
I mean, I kind of like it too. I'm going to be honest with you. Like I really do appreciate, like, you know, bombs. Bombs are meta. We all know this. But not having to spend all that ink on bombs means that you can really just play turf coverage when you don't have opponents in range, because they do put out a lot of turf. And Tenta Missiles being such a no-brainer special, if you're almost out, you just launch them off and then you keep painting. It's great for a quick refill.
True.
I
That's
mean, I
true.
guess you could say the
Yeah.
same about Inkstone now that I think about it, but you know.
See, my thing is I've never really liked point sensors that much.
That's
So,
totally fair. You'll notice I didn't mention point sensor once. I like it in the
I
fact that I like tactical information, but usually when you're playing on a team at this kind of skill level, you can just give a call out and you will be able to pretty easily determine if an opponent's there. If you really want to place traps and let you, like, lock off areas for your opponent, Ink Mine does damage as well, you know? There are
yeah.
methods other than a point sensor to determine where your opponent's at. I think the only like really cool thing I know about point sensor is that if you are running opening gambit, a point sensor can really help you extend out that time limit because you can just get
Oh
assists
yeah.
off everything. But yeah, I don't see too many people running that nowadays, and it's not too surprising as to why.
Yeah, I mean, well, the meta does shift over time. That is for sure. And you know what we saw in the early days of Splatoon 2 is not what we're seeing today. But you never know. It seems like things. It seems like the meta makes a back every once in a while, and so depending
100%.
on the content of the next weapon balancing patch, whenever that happens, aren't they doing those about quarterly now?
Well, I
So
don't
it's
know how many we're gonna see anymore, if I'm honest. I know that, like, they could balance them, or at this point, they could just keep the developers on Splatoon 3 and, like, just keep on that front. I don't know how much Nintendo is still watching the Splatoon 2 competitive community.
They well, did kind of get a little bit of a black eye at the end of last year when the North American Open became became what or the you know the
Yeah.
it became something a little different. So it's you know and it became one heck of a money tournament
Hmm.
without Nintendo's backing. So I think Nintendo might be you know certainly they are still running lots of tournaments in Japan, you know, and they have many events in Japan. I keep my eye on the Japanese Twitter for Splatoon, and it's quite interesting. So it looks like we're getting some information here.
Okay, yes, I have received a message. Let's see. List of we have the player names. That's nice. Very handy. We've received messages of what players are on each team, so I don't have to check in with the captains. That's great. Thank you very much to
Excellent.
Yay, our lovely tournament organizer, for keeping things nice and transparent and helping us along, making this tournament what it is.
Absolutely, she has been working hard to make this an exciting and fun tournament. With again that special feature of requiring the dually squelcher, which you know again is her favorite weapon class, and VDS is her favorite. So
I
I
mean,
know
yeah,
that. So
we will definitely see some VDS in this set. I am almost certain. But yeah, it is a lovely tournament. It's a lovely weapon, and it's a lovely little twist on typical meta. So do like to see it.
yes,
Okay. So just because I don't have any word from either of our teams at this point, I'm going to just quickly put us on a quick break, a quick hiatus. But we will be back shortly once we have our next round ready to go. So we'll see
okay,
you in a little bit.
we'll we'll be back.
Yeah. Okay, I've muted. Sorry about that, chat. Okay, we are back. We have some of our players from Heiho joining in now, so we will be able to get underway very, very shortly.
We are from being able to go live.
Yes, live is what we are doing.
All right, and here we are. It looks like we have the full lobby. We are full up, and it looks like we are about ready to show you guys Wiki versus Heiho. This is gonna be something to see, I am sure. So after the super tight matches that Wiki had in the last stream set, they are going against Heiho, who I believe is undefeated so far today. They did 3-0 their first opponent, All-Star Squad. So it looks like it is going to be a battle on Piranha Pit. You know, it'll be interesting. I'm hoping Reed brings back that E-Leader so we can see a little bit of E-Leader action. But it's been a while since I've seen Heiho. You've seen them a lot more recently. What do you think they're going to be bringing, Yeswin?
Yeah, so they like their very mobile comps. So I'm expecting a slosher or two from this team. In addition to probably vanilla dually squelches. And then their last weapon they like to trade out a bit. Sometimes it's an armor weapon. Sometimes it's something a bit more high damage. For Piranha Pit, I'm expecting probably Tri-Slosher, Armor Zap, maybe a Nautilus if they're feeling particularly funky. Otherwise maybe a K-Machine. Yeah, they do like their indirect damage, but yeah, there are a few ways to play this one. Also, I'm looking at the team comp right now. I recognize Siu and Tikotan, but I don't recognize the other two players. I know that Heiho operate on a larger roster, so this might not be the exact same team we've seen previously, so there could be some different compositions to compensate for that.
Well, we will see. We will see what we see because we are about to hit splat zones on Piranha Pit. Yeah, it is Wiki versus Heiho. Wiki going with that E-Leader, and Heiho, ooh, with a Grim Range Blaster.
Okay, yeah, so this is quite a different team to what I'm used to spectating. We don't even have vanilla dually squelches. Bit of a heart shame, but that's okay. Opening up, we already have. Yeah, I mean it makes sense.
Make a little more sense.
It absolutely
and Tikotan with the fire fin. So yeah, we are going to have a charger battle going on in addition to a CDS battle. I'm pretty excited.
Yeah, you definitely get a lot less mileage out of Tenta missiles on this map just because your opponent can be much more spread out. It's hard to get them all in the one targeting reticule. Wiki, despite dropping the zone initially, are going for a push here. They've thrown out the specials, but they don't seem to have any safe places to move into. We're seeing Kiwi on these dually squelches just roaming the map, trying to find an entry point here, and not quite connecting with it. E-Lead is able to paint the zone from a distance, but yeah, they are not entering. Maybe they're scared for the blaster. I don't blame them if that's the case.
The Grim Range Blaster with that burst cancel is just death. But it is we have a commanding lead right now by Heiho. Heiho managing to take control. Looks like we have a quick flip of neutralization of one of the zones, but oh, Tikotan with that snipe.
Rui returns with another snipe as well. Maybe they're going to be able to pressure the other zone for the first time in this match. But it just shows that Heiho are so dominant here. They're able to push in with this aggression and just not even get the opponent close to their zone. Definitely Grim Range Blaster making use of a lot of the unique angles on this map to get that extra chip damage in.
Tikotan getting that snipe through the suction bomb. What are we seeing here?
I mean, we do see two members of Heiho go down. As long as they can catch these dualies unawares, they should be able to get control and put that penalty on the board. But if they can't get the penalty, they are in a dangerous spot. Only 11 points to KO. Fortunately, they're able to land it, and it's just the Firefin left. Firefin on Tikotan. An amazing shot. Always able to get those close range hits and able to defend themselves. They are never truly out of the game. So yeah, they're going to be hard to take out.
He was able to take that control briefly. That does put that penalty back on Heiho, so that extends the opportunities here. But Heiho just pushing right back in.
Yeah, I don't see any signs of slowing here. They are playing more aggressively than I'm used to. I imagine that's in part due to the different players that we're seeing on this team. But they are getting the splats that they need to get, so credit to them. Ooh, Tico Tan dancing a bit too close to the edge, going for a bit of a swim after their foot
Ricky
trips off
coming
the back
in.
wall.
Ricky coming in on Team Wiki, and yeah, it is Ricky getting a couple of critical picks there with those CDS.
Yeah, I mean, we can definitely see that Heiho's got some very strong individual play here. We're seeing a lot of standout solo maneuvers, but they are being picked off right now by some very clever wiki play. We're seeing them using the angles of the map to their advantage. We're seeing them getting nice up and close and sneaky, maybe a bit of sharking. And it's definitely keeping them in control. They are now getting quite close to a lead change. Ooh, a 2-1 punch from the Grim Blaster does take out the N-Zap for Wiki, but they are taken out in turn by the E-Leader. E-Leader having to get a bit more aggressive to cover their team. Unfortunately, by dropping down from their position, they were taken out. And now we are seeing a lot of members of Wiki just disappearing off the board. They might be getting a bit frazzled now that Heiho are all around in their business.
Yeah, Heiho is definitely making that push back in. You know, Heiho is down their CDS right now, and this is another opportunity right here for Wiki to take control, and it looks like they are.
Yeah, it's sitting quite well, honestly. The fact that they are pushing in with their special, we know that they know how to special coordinate, and we know that they know the timing they need to get the most impact out of their specials. So the fact that they are able to re-enter here against their opponents and keep these specials rolling is definitely a strong sign of character. That being said, 20 seconds left, and they will not get overtime if they are not at least partially in control of these zones when that happens.
Rui is getting those zones covered with that E-Leader, so a little concerned with the near zone there.
Oh my goodness. I was going to say, I really love seeing the E-Leader play from the belt. It's not something I'm used to. But the Grim Range just had to walk over and take him out, and they would have been done.
So Heiho's going to take that one. They were able to get the complete team wipe on Wiki in those last seconds right before it went to overtime. So it is going to be our first round on Piranha Pit going to Heiho.
It was a lot closer than I expected, and that's exciting.
That went right to the end. I mean, there was a real possibility for overtime there for Wiki, and you know, it could have very easily gone into overtime. But I think Heiho was able to push in very aggressively when they needed to, and actually somewhat passively when they needed to as well. Which they didn't seem to be that concerned about the clock, and so I think that actually worked in Heiho's favor quite a bit. So
my read on it as well is that Wiki's comp works really efficiently when all 4 players are up in position. Like we saw towards the end there, where the E-Leader was able to play on the belt and get those picks because the rest of the team were harassing up front. And because they were able to complement each other really well, it meant for a really strong defense. And I'm guessing that Heiho recognized that and decided to just play more aggressively to disrupt that strategy. We saw as soon as one person went down, the E-Leader had to push out of their comfort position, then they got taken out, and it just became kind of a steamroll in that sense. So I definitely think that there's some strong tactics on Heiho's side, and those tactics are probably what won them that round, because Wiki's defense line was phenomenal for the most part.
Yeah, I you know, Wiki really brought it to that match, and so I'm very excited to see what they bring to Splat Zones on the Reef. You know, again, this is this is kind of a redo for Wiki. Although, you know, there are only 8 maps, so you're going to end up playing these 8 maps more than once.
Well, sometimes we've had tournaments where we haven't seen every map on stream, so.
Well, you know, that can happen. You know, that is RNG for you.
Absolutely, but the goal of the stream is to see every map.
That's true. We are going to see the Reef with Wiki and Heiho.
Only repeats so far, but fingers crossed that we see something new soon. We've already seen 5 maps out of fairness. Like getting a all the way to 5 in the first round was quite nice.
So Rui coming back with that with the fire fin, and it looks like Tikotan with the E-liter. So it's kind of a switch between which weapon each team is playing on the Charger side.
I'm most excited for the Carbon Roller that's coming out here. The Carbon Deco, the king of the 1-2 punch. If you can get into your opponent's range.
If you had your chicken today, because Carbon Deco is on the field.
I'm very surprised. I mean, I'm guessing it's in part due to the fact that I'm not super familiar with most of the players that are representing today. But Carbon Deco will be interesting to work into this composition. They're going to need to lean into that aggressiveness that we've been seeing so far if they're going to make that work.
So Heiho taking control, but not for very long. Tikotan watching the bridge.
Ooh, ink armor on both sides is going to make everyone play a bit safer here. We're not going to see anyone going for anything big without specials to back them up. Tentamissiles coming out, though, from Wiki means that we're going to be seeing some kind of push here. Yes, they've got the Inkstorm out as well. They're probably going to make a move here and try to get control of their opponent.
And they do get control, so Wiki is back in control. They don't have much of a penalty, so they will probably work that all the way through.
Interestingly, they only had to spend 2 of their specials to get that, so they've got the remaining 2 on hand for defense, which is already coming in handy. Mob able to mark several of the returning members on Heiho and help their team eliminate their entry points. Do have some trades on the zones there.
I was watching some carbon sharking there. Oh boy. we've got a little bit of carbon sharking.
You cannot really carbon without some kind of sharking. It's all about getting into that melee range and hitting with the 1-2 punch. So
Heiho takes the...
Yeah, so with Heiho in the lead now, they have had a penalty applied to them, but they managed to take out 3 of the opponent team, so they should be able to clear through that with no issue. They are choosing to get very aggressive here and extend onto the opponent's plat. It's working quite well in their favor right now, especially with that Inkstorm to back them up. A lot of Wiki are just backed into this corner. They're going to be forced around, and there's probably a team member on Heiho ready to receive them.
And Heiho's doing a great job of kind of pinning Wiki back into their spawn area. I mean, I think they just weren't sure where the members of Heiho were.
I mean, this is the definition of being backed into a corner, right? We're seeing one player getting incredibly aggressive and playing on that plat. The rest of them are just kind of sharking around below. This is Wiki's last chance to push in. They have the armor. They get neutral on one of the zones. But Sui, an excellent player on Heiho, able to stall that out for quite some time. However, the knockout does not succeed. Penalty is applied. And we have another minute 30 left in this match. I wonder if we're going to have any matches that don't go for the full 5 minutes today.
I don't know. I like it when they go for the full 5 minutes. That means that the teams are fighting it out pretty well.
Couldn't agree more.
Makes for much better viewing.
Absolutely. Okay, oh, Mob getting a bit too close to the Carbon Deco there and getting flattened. And Carbon Deco chases down another. They are relentlessly pursuing their foes here. And they are going to be sharking under drop as well, just to make sure they can grab anyone who comes by. They've been spotted and taken out, but they have bought their team time. That penalty, not so much a concern as the 50 seconds left on the clock at this point.
Wiki working their way in, almost able to get the zones, but it looks like that rain is doing, making it a little tough.
Counter rain comes in from Wiki. They are able to take control, and they push up onto the opponent's plat now. It has been aggressive push after aggressive push, but you can't get too aggressive when there is a carbon lurking. So we're going to see Kiwi back off here and just try and keep a good amount of turf control on this area. Armor comes in just in time to keep them alive, and playing in that splash wall perfectly, Kiwi's able to stay up and just delay their opponent for as long as possible. Unfortunately, they can't quite keep control, and with only 10 seconds left, They're gonna have to push hard to keep it at this point.
And here comes the suction bomb rush. That is enough to flip the zones to take control. Tikotan super jumping out just as oh my gosh.
I will say Wiki don't have enough of a they've got too much of a score gap for their opponent to not get specials in time. We're going to see 2 specials coming out right here. Inkstorm followed by the armor. It's going to be very tough for Wiki to hold out against this pressure.
They are holding it. Okay, there's the pick that we needed to see.
Oh, excellent job on Mob.
He got it!
Wow, what a hold! We saw Mob just hiding under that ledge. They knew exactly where their opponent was going to try and pressure them from, and they punished it. Wow, the overtime victory.
Wiki with the overtime victory. That klaxon was sounding for way too long for my comfort level.
Absolutely,
that was one heck of a job by Wiki.
Oh, 1-1 now in a best of 5. Both teams with a point under their belt, meaning this is going to go. Well, it could go either way, really.
It could go either way. It could. It is not going to be a 3-0. That's the only thing I know for sure.
I got to give credit to Ye for picking all the good matches. It is indeed 1-1 at the moment. And we're going to Muscle Forge because what a new map.
We've seen already. So this is I think the good news is, at least for Wiki, is that they have seen these maps before, and so they were able to fight the Yayflower stands earlier. And so we know that they've seen these maps already, so they've got a little experience on them against a strong team. And Heiho, of course, is a very strong team.
Yeah.
So I think it was a good warm up.
I was gonna say, additionally, the 3 maps we've had were the 3 maps that they won, so that's got to be good for confidence as well. Also, what are the odds of that? But moving on.
Well, it is a Nintendo we're talking about. The RNG, it just seems a little sus.
Randomness is only skin deep.
Yeah.
Alright, so we're probably not going to see too much of a composition change from Wiki from what they played on this map the first time. They were quite effective in holding out against their opponent. And we're not seeing any Booyah Bombs from Heiho, so they don't have to worry about that this time. They can focus a bit more on their spread positioning, a bit more on covering bridge, and the more typical tactical worries that you'd have to contend with on this map.
So here we are. This is our 3rd match of the set. We have Wiki versus Heiho. Again, are we seeing? No, we are still seeing the custom dually squelchers. So no VDS, but it looks like Heiho is throwing in a tri-slosher.
Yeah, this is much more what I expected to see from Heiho. It works very well with their composition. They're able to move around the map much easier, and because of that, they're able to pull off some amazing team plays. So I'm looking forward to that. That being said, immediate snipe on the tri-slosher and the splats to follow. Heiho not able to really assert their control over the map at the moment. Despite getting the zone for a good 10 seconds there, they've only really had 1 splat to their name.
Well, one thing that I've seen from Heiho is that they know how to be patient and not let that clock drive them crazy.
I 100% agree with that. They play aggressively, but they know when it is not their moment, and they will sit back when they need to. That being said, they have managed to push over and take control now. 2 opponents down, and 2 are being hunted. It seems they've spotted 1 down by lockers, though we've seen the jump out there, meaning that their focus will shift towards the enemy spawn and plat.
So that lead change has occurred, and Tikotan currently with the E-leader and a little bit of a battle with Rui, but both focusing on different things.
Both teams playing it quite safe at the moment as well, interestingly enough. We're not seeing too many engagements here. They're respecting each other's boundaries, and I can appreciate that.
We did just have a CDS war in the back. Sadly, my Japanese is not good enough to be able to read the name of Heiho's CDS player, but
It isn't their usual Dually Scorchers player. I know that Heiho have the world's top Dually Scorchers player on their team, which is part of the reason why they keep winning this tournament. But I don't think they're here today, so it's going to even up the playing field just a bit. Not to say that this player isn't pulling their weight incredibly well. They are already on 6 Splat assists and doing marvelously. Ooh, but with that, Heiho down to just 1 member. And I don't know if the enemy entirely... Nope, they've revealed their location. I was going to say, I don't know if the enemy knows where they are, but they come out swinging. The Ink Storm helps their team push in, and just like that, Heiho are back in control. We've got Tri-Slosher sharking down below as well, and interestingly enough, doing the standing shark so that they don't give away their position with the audio cue that comes with being in ink. They're able to successfully scare their opponent off a bit there, but Wiki push back in regardless. They are ready to take control. They need to unseat
Wiki
that E-leader because their E-leader is down, and that means that they don't have the pressure to assert over their opponent.
And with that splat, Heiho is able to take control of the zone. We have a little bit of a war going on here. Kiwi trying to get out of there. Looks like an out-of-ink situation down there.
Fortunately, able to retreat and get their Ink Storm ready to go, it means they are going to be fully charged and ready to push in. And just in the nick of time, because Heiho are pressuring them like crazy. With only 15 points until that KO, they need to make something happen right now. And make something happen they will try to do. Oh, but Ricky taken down by the Tri-Slosher in the opponent's bunker. Oh. It's looking pretty brutal.
Two down on Wiki.
And that's the full wipe. That is going to be the round to Heiho. Back and forth yet again, but we just saw Heiho able to get under the opponent's grill just at the end there. They were able to trade out in their favor while they were in control of zone. And as everyone knows, a trade's fine as long as you're in control.
That's very, very true. So Heiho taking this round. That brings us to our 4th. Coming up, which of the random maps will your Switch choose? Now,
statistically, it should be a new map.
Oh no, this is Nintendo. Statistically, it's gonna be one that we've seen.
With bated breath. Oh, wow.
And it's Santa Maria, I told you.
I mean, actually, to be fair, just thinking about it, like a 2 and 5, that's not crazy.
That's true. That's
not unlikely. Now, interestingly, we do know that the composition that Wiki like to run is not as strong on this map. We've seen that in practice earlier today. So, will they change up their composition this time? Or will they take it to their potential grave? I'm very curious.
We'll see. We'll see. I think, again, I think there's a lot of opportunities on this particular map. Again, being a dual zone map, just keeping things flipped, and neutralizing one of the zones is all you need to do if you get behind. So, it's buy yourself time. That's what this is going to be all about.
For sure.
Ooh, an NZAP 89.
That is something you do not see every day.
An 85, an 85, and 89. So this is going to be all about paint.
Maybe that's where they felt they were lacking last time. I'd be interested to find that out, but unfortunately, we do not have time for interviews on this show, so we are just going to have to speculate. Armor comes out early. Wiki going to be able to take out their flanking opponent, and that should get them a nice early control. Oh, not quite able to take out the Tri-Slosher in that bucket. And this is why you want a Slosher on this map, because you have so much control over these weird angles that are present throughout the center of the map. Tri-Slosher very effective in keeping the opponent out and making sure that they have early control. Now here again, we see an E-leader versus E-leader. Both of them trying to get the upper hand. One of them positioned behind the central mast. Not the safest place, but as long as you can predict someone coming over short, you can keep yourself busy. And then Yui in the safest place for the E-leader, and most effective, but also not quite useful enough. Like, they're not able to reach their opponent in bunker from here, so they're going to have to push forward, and that leaves them open to that. With 20 points left.
Heiho definitely dominating right now on this, so we are going to have to see Wiki make that push in. They're doing their best to neutralize one of the zones, but unfortunately they're 3 down right now. They are all down.
Some people might have said I was being melodramatic when I said they were taking that comp to their graves, but I think the fact that this is the only non-close match.
They did take a different comp to
It's
their
true.
graves.
It's true.
So, but you know, I've got to give them props for going with the heavy paint comp there, because I think that definitely was the right idea. I think when it came to the picks that they needed to make on Heiho, they just it just wasn't a strong enough comp to make those picks.
All right. Well, that is 3-1 towards Heiho. Heiho are going to move on in the winners bracket. It is not over for Wiki. They will be jumping down to our losers bracket, where it gets very tense because you only have a best of 3 to keep yourselves in the match. Let's have a quick look at our standings as well, see if there's anything else that has arisen from our matches. It looks like we're basically sitting on linchpin matches at this point because we've watched 2 very long matches. Everyone else is pretty much resolving their matches at a steady pace. We've got Silver versus Heiho next in round 3. That'll be interesting. Squiggers versus Carp doing quite well for themselves as well in the winners semis. And down in losers, we have Mythic Splatoon taking the 2-0 against Freelancing Takoyaki. We have the Yayflower Stance taking the 2-0 against All-Star Squad and Danman Fan Club.
Wow.
And they will be moving up against Mythic next. Revert still waiting on the Wiki and Squeezer match. So yeah, we've got some standout teams that are really striving forward here. Always interesting to see a team at the start of losers bracket push their way all the way through. And if anyone can do it, like we've seen Yayflower Stands put on quite a clinic already.
Well, and what's interesting about losers bracket, the best of 3 format versus the best of 5 in winners bracket, is that you can plow through that, and kind of get to redemption a little bit, a little bit faster in some ways. So I think if you can meet your opponents in the losers bracket, sometimes that's you'll get the extra play time and you'll be able to push forward. So I think I don't know. I'm curious to see who comes out of losers bracket.
Okay. Yeah, me too. All right, so it looks like we are going to be watching Silver versus Heiho for our next match. Right. So that will be very exciting. We already are expecting good things from both of these teams, taking quite powerful matches against teams that I know to be quite strong. Freelancing, unfortunately, had 2 very rough opponents in this bracket. Okay, so I will switch us back over to our lovely commentator view box. Welcome to the viewing commentators box. It's just a background.
Yeah, and you'll see me pogging over there. So
it's pretty good. It's pretty good. I do like the introspective as well. It fits.
Yes,
nicely.
yeah. Those are 2 of my emotes from my channel. It's we've got the pog and the because anybody who watches me knows that that's what I say all the time. I was like, how did that happen?
I guess that explains why I have my emotes as well. I've got a hydrate. I've got a oh my goodness, and I've just got laughing, and that's about it.
There you go.
You can learn a lot about someone from their emotes. That's what I'm learning today. I'm going to give a quick shout out to some of the viewers of this stream. We've got Goody Oo, Gabri, Komodo Val, and Isaac. Thank you so much for following this channel. And I do see you in chat with your hydrates. I am doing those. I just don't draw attention to them during a match because I don't want to break the flow. But thank you for keeping me hydrated. And Zeta is free to do some hydrates as well if they wish.
Oh yes, I will. I will attempt it. I did already go through a pint of water, so I'll have to go through another. I have my pint glass filled with water instead of beer.
Wow.
So yeah, yeah, I don't want to fall asleep. Although with the matches that we've seen today, I don't know that that would even be
I don't
possible.
know if I'm going to
So
be able to sleep tonight, and that's like 12 hours away, you know?
uh,
Just going to be running these back
I
in my
mean,
head, being like, oh, but it was so close.
well, we've seen a lot of close stuff, and again, mad props to Wiki for taking one off of Heiho, who has been kind of a regular fixture on this tournament series. I think we got some really strong competition tonight, so I'm pretty excited to see how it goes.
Yeah, I was very surprised when not only we had like such a big roster, but such an even roster across the board. It makes for some very good viewing, that's for sure.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely.
All right, I'm
So
just
it looks like of course, we can see what's going on in the match. It looks like Silver is in, and we're just I believe Heiho has to rejoin,
mm-hmm.
and
Um,
then we'll get.
yeah, it's very common for people to just bail out, and unfortunately,
Well, you never know if you're going to be the next one streamed. I will
it's
say
true.
that I have streamed a few tournaments in my time, and yeah, I'm never quite sure who's going to be streamed next, unless I'm actually running the tournament,
I'm
and then
very
it's
thankful to
then
have Ye here to hook us up with matches. Back when we were doing 4v4 dually squelches, I'd have to source it myself, and it meant that chat was kind of just left here hanging while I was scrambling behind the scenes. So it's very good to
yeah,
have
it is.
Ye here as a dedicated organizer, just really making everything run smoothly.
It is so much better to have that TO that is handling that aspect of bringing the right one online. That's for sure.
Mm.
Yeah, I can only imagine how fun it would be to just randomly pick one and see if you can get in. So
Especially
the
with
timing is
international teams as well, it can get pretty
oh
tricky. We have players that are falling asleep in some regions and players that don't speak English in others, and it's so good to have organized TOs on stuff.
that's true. Well, and Ye is out in the Pacific time zone, so it's still a reason. It's getting late for me. I'm a little further east from her, so it's
Mm.
yeah. But it's a good time of day for you. It's actually a great time of day in Japan. So it's
Yeah, I mean,
it's
the unfortunate nature of Splatoon tournaments, I've said several times, you've got Europe, you've got North America, America time zone region, then you've got Australia, Japan. You pick two.
yep,
you,
yeah, pretty much,
you
pretty
cannot
much.
have all
Yeah,
three.
it's pretty early in Europe right now, although or pretty late
I
depending
think
on
it
how
was
you
like
feel about it.
5
So
a.m. Yeah, like,
it's about right. That's about right. It's 4:35. So if you're a super night owl in Europe, this can work. So.
yeah. I don't know. I feel like the time at which Animal Crossing ticks over from one day to the next is like, that's the time no one should be awake. That's just a general rule of thumb.
Oh boy.
All right, so
Yeah, I don't know. I haven't been up till 4:30 in a while, so it's been, but I do wake up occasionally. That if I have to catch an airplane, which I haven't done in a long time, it's yeah, you get up at 4:30 so you can catch that 5 o'clock, 5:30 flight to go somewhere else. But
mm, that's always the time.
yeah.
Also, Ye's just informed us in chat that there are actually EU people playing today.
Oh wow!
Holy
So they are.
cannoli!
That is crazy. They're right now for me. They're plus 7 hours, so that means that it is well, Central Europe, Central European summertime is about 7 hours beyond me, which means that it is like 6 a.m. So 5:30 a.m., 6 a.m., 4:30 in
I mean, I appreciate the
4:30
dedication. I love that people love this game this much, but like, I'd be sleeping.
I have been up at I have probably played this game at every hour of the day at
Actually, you
some
know what?
point.
Yeah, no, I can't argue with that.
Yeah, and and this is of all of the different tournaments that are out there, this one is kind of worth your while.
Mm.
you know this one is maybe a little more worth your while than some of the other ones. So I would say that it's again, there's that prize pool that's there, and it's prize pool. So it's certainly been it's certainly one that's worth staying up for or waking up early for. For that aspect of it. Not that everybody's just after the money.
No,
I
of
mean,
course. And like also, like this tournament's been running for quite a while now. The prestige it's building up, it's got to be worth something as well. If you've won Lobster Crossfire, like that's pretty damn
yeah,
cool. That means you've
it's
taken
pretty
down
cool.
some like top international teams to get that trophy. So that's a big
Well,
deal.
I think that's what's exciting about it is that it is an international tourney. So it isn't just one region, or isn't it, it is multiple regions, and it's great seeing the different play styles, from the different regions as they come in. So, yeah, definitely kind of exciting stuff.
All right, so we are waiting for Heiho to rejoin. I think there's just a bit of a communication thing that we need to get through, but hopefully it won't be too much longer. I'm inclined not to go on a break because we do have one of our teams already here. So in the meantime, let's do some speculating.
Oh
Ooh,
boy.
I've got a
Oh
friend
boy.
request. That actually might save us from our speculation. There you go.
That yes, yeah. I mean, my speculation is known to be wildly speculative.
That sounds appropriate.
Yeah. I mean, we can. I'm sure I can speculate as much as they do on the shows on the History Channel. So we'll just make things up as we go along about UFOs and Knights Templar. That's all we have to talk about. Make up use either of those two terms, and you can be a History Channel presenter too. So,
Oh, brilliant. Well, Splatoon 3 obviously going to heavily feature UFOs. It has in the past.
and Knights Templar, yeah, it
You
has
know,
bows.
I've heard that
The Knights
actually.
Templar, the Knights Templar had bows. So, yeah, I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty sure.
That makes sense. It makes sense. It's probably going to be a big feature in the story mode. Uh,
I'm sure it is. I'm sure it is.
I'm excited for the Knights Templar to encounter the UFOs and decide what they're going to do with them. Because,
Well,
like, obviously,
UFOs.
post-apocalypse society, UFOs are just everywhere.
It's true. Well, UFOs are actually in this game in Splatoon 1. I forget which was DJ Octavio flying around in a UFO
I know that
in
in
one of the
Splatoon
player
1, when you would do some of the stages where you had to play through one of the actual maps, you would
Yeah,
sometimes jump up to a UFO where there was a boss.
there
Uh,
was there was the boss on the UFO. I think it was at Blackbelly Skate Park. I think there was a UFO that was flying
yes,
over
that's
it
the
or
one,
something like
yeah.
that.
And you had to, like, avoid its tentamissiles while you ran around Black Valley Skate Park. That's
Yeah.
right.
Yeah. So the UFOs are already in Splatoon. So
Yeah.
they're canon in Splatoon. So now we just need Knights Templar, and then we're good to go. So
Sounds good to me.
all
Speaking of
right.
sounds good, we are just one player away from round 3 of this tournament. We'll check out that bracket one more time here. So we are currently watching Silver versus Heiho. We'll try to let you know which team is which color, just so you can keep viewing experiences going. But yeah, this is winners semis. Winner of this goes to winners final. Winner of that guarantees themselves prize money. It is that easy.
So it looks like Carp has moved on to the semifinals.
Yes.
So yeah, we're,
Ooh, in a 3-2 no less. Ooh, I want to see these teams play. It will reach a point where we will see every match. I know we will guaranteed see the winners final. And then we'll jump into losers after that. But for now, I believe that is all of our teams in and ready to go. So let's jump in. I'm going to take a
All right.
hunch of a guess and say that that is the teams.
that looks correct.
Just because
yes.
I had to receive a friend request before any of the other team could join. And yeah, looks good. Looks solid. Oh, and we have a new map. Excellent.
Oh my gosh, Inkblot Art Academy. So this is an interesting one because you can spend a lot of time circling around that central tower, trying to get things painted. That tower can actually be one heck of an impediment for getting the entire zone to flip. So that makes this one interesting. You know, even though it's one big zone, that's kind of, to me, why this is an interesting map as far as trying to flip that zone. There's also a couple flank routes that that you can use that can really disorient the opponent. So I'm kind of excited to see what we see on this one.
I 100% agree. The strategy of this map revolves around whether you want to incorporate the big obstacle in the middle or not. Some teams will play on top of it, some teams will play around it, and some teams will say, you know what, this wall is really annoying and confusing, let's just camp on the opponent's plat and make sure they can't even get past.
That is so true. That is so true.
And like, it's a powerful place to be. There are so many little hidey holes and nooks, and it just makes it impossible for your opponent to safely drop down. So like, I feel like a lot of teams go for that option because they're not up to playing around the wall. And honestly, if you can get a good hold there, the match is yours.
So here we go. It is Silver facing off against Heiho. Let's see what we got. So Silver going with paint heavy composition with an E leader, and Heiho
Splash Neo!
paint heavy composition with an E leader. They're the same comp.
These are the same comp. They're not identical. We have some vanilla dually squelches coming out from Silver, but other than that, same comp. Same comp, same comp. I do
so
like.
This is the first time we've seen the VDS actually all night on stream. So this is special.
Heck yeah, love to see it. Love to see it. I love that both teams have also opted for a Splash Neo, using the Ultra Stamp to clear out their plat. I believe is the reasoning for that, because it is so hard to get people out of there without something that can just insta-dead all your opponents. Ooh, looks like we are seeing some pushback here. This is Silver in the yellow that are pushing back onto the zone. They've managed to take control, but Heiho are sneaking around the side on those dualies. I think they're going to be able to clean up nice and easily. E-Leader's thrown out
throwing that rain on the zone, and that's enough to make it easier to flip. And Silver kind of pushed back right now. Silver looking, it looks like they're trying to build specials off in the corner. Here comes some armor.
I would not be surprised if these teams have played each other before. And Suey doing such a good job dancing on the edge there with the armor. I thought for sure they were going to get knocked in the water, but they were able to just hang in there and trade out in the end. And that is going to keep their team in control for that little bit longer. I think we're going to see the flip now, but already a very good scoreline for Heiho. Silver with a bit of work to do.
So Heiho, it looks like their dually squelchers are up in the business of Silver right now, making a little bit of trouble there. Enough to create a distraction, and that means that Heiho was able to take the zone. So Silver coming back in right now, using those point sensors to mark the enemy team.
It can help on this map. I absolutely understand it. It's pretty cheap to throw out as well, so it doesn't cost you that much. We're seeing the E-Leader on Ticotan holding the powerful position of Snipe, and cleaning up a lot of the members of Silver. And here comes the push onto the plat. A lovely hiding spot there from the Splash Neo. They've got their Bomb Rush ready to go, and they are just going to unleash it when the opponent is least expecting it. Ooh, nice support with the burst as well. Ooh, but yeah, the Tena missiles from the ally as well. Gonna clean them out of that spot. I thought they were gonna be safe. They did too. Didn't quite work out that way, but Suey is in and covering for their missing teammates.
So Heiho is well on their way on this one. Silver's gonna have to make that push in real quick. They do stop it for about a second, but it is Heiho that is going to take this first match on Inkblot Art Academy.
One thing I did notice from this matchup is that Ticotan was maneuvering around the map a lot more effectively than QA up on the opponent team. We saw them getting ink mines onto the zone more often, which allowed it to stay in their flavor. And also, they were pressuring more areas. We didn't see many splats from them, but the opponent was very wary of Ticotan. Yes. And because of that, I think it caused them to miss out on some strategic opportunities. That being said, it wasn't an overwhelming victory. I definitely think we could
No,
see
no,
Silver come
there
back
was
into this, especially with a different map.
some back and forth on that for sure. And now we're back on the reef. So again, the classic Splatoon 2 map. The reef is very much the same as Urchin Underpass in some ways from Splatoon 1, and being the classic map of the game. And yeah, this is going to be interesting. So there were was this the one where Wiki was able to
Yeah,
eke
they
it
pulled
out
out
in the
the
last second?
amazing overtime victory. Yeah.
Yes, yes. So we are going to see this is the one that Heiho was not able to take on stream tonight. So this could be an interesting redemption round for Heiho, or it could be an opportunity for
Hmm.
Silver. So I'm kind of excited to see where this one goes.
Yeah, for sure. I'll also be interested to see if the Splash Neos persist. Part of me feels like these teams are familiar enough with their opponent's comps that they are picking with that in mind. So there is a chance that we might see a rapid shift in weapons, or we might see that they've already figured out their 1v1 meta. They know how this matchup usually shakes out, and they're playing optimally as it is. We just don't have that insider knowledge right now. Um,
No, we don't. But we're about to get the outsider knowledge as it locks down, and we get started in our second match of this best of five. Yes, with the winner of this goes into the semifinals.
okay.
It is Silver versus Heiho, and let's look at this there. Well, it looks like we have CDS on both teams. We're gonna see that sharking roller coming out on Silver.
Vanilla Roller as well. Going to be using that splashdown to cap zones at last minute, I imagine. Dropping down from bridge. Ooh, the roller has been spotted and taken out, and that is a quick wipe.
And Heiho getting that very, very quick wipe.
Yeah, not a single member going down on Heiho, which means that Silver are going to have a rough time pushing back in here. GA up, able to get the first pick. They're going for the E-leader snipe. If they can take that, their team will be able to freely move through mid. Until that moment, they're going to have to play a bit more cautiously. Oh, but flanked and taken down by the CDS on Heiho. That is going to definitely buy them some space. And again, they are down to one player. The last player taken out. That is a soft wipe. Very strong plays by Heiho. They have not relented once since this match began. Ooh, that is...
Caught in the back. That's a rough spot when you run an ink in the corner.
Missing the first two swings and then able to get a third swing out, and I think they traded out with it. But they really would have loved to have gotten the splats off the first few. Didn't quite work in their favor. And an interesting... Was that a curling bomb? No, that was a snipe, okay. I thought it was a curling bomb. I'm like, who would be running curling bombs? The roller would be running curling bombs, I think. That would be the only one. Alright.
I suppose it's not 4A towers, so yeah, we wouldn't be...
No. It'd be very strange. Oh, and with the splashdown cancel, that is a dominating victory from Heiho. Bringing them up to 2-0 in this winners semi. I mean, I think it was pretty clear that there was just a lot of splats. We did see one moment where Silver were able to break through and get the zone. They wanted that penalty really badly, but unfortunately for them, it was pretty early in the game. There wasn't much of a penalty to apply, and they spent all their players doing it. So it didn't end up working out as well as they would have liked.
Yeah, that is so very true. So we are on to our third, and it is Manta Maria. It seems like all roads lead to the boat in the harbor, and and we're gonna see what happens here. So yeah, I know. I wonder what look we're gonna see from Silver on this one. So I think what Heiho is running has been very successful. They've been kind of with the sniper and obviously a CDS, and as you had mentioned, the armor weapons, and sometimes we see 2 armor weapons. I think we might see a tri-slosher coming in on from Silver on this one as well.
It is a very popular weapon for this map for a good reason. Especially being able to coordinate those pushes, but also win those solo fights. But we don't have to wait too much longer to find out. Oh, actually, we've got a Nozzle Nose coming in. That is a fun and unexpected treat from Silver.
That is different. So yeah, and actually no tri-sloshers at all. So again, paint heavy composition coming in from Heiho with that E-liter, and then that Nozzle Nose can paint. It really can.
Can it? I'm not so sure. Like when you've got a main power up build on it, like you're running that for a reason, right? And I think like
you're running it to kill, but they do. You can paint fairly well with a Nozzle Nose. So if you have to. So
yeah, I've not seen it done in practice, but we'll have to see it in practice in this match.
I've seen some strange things in my time.
I'm excited. I'm very excited. They're definitely at a turfing disadvantage if they're not able to pull that off, because we have the splash and zap, and the like both teams are running the dually squelches, so it bears mentioning. Like that is a turfing weapon as well, so 3v2 on major turfing is going to be a little hard to work, I think. That being said, we are seeing a dominant performance here from Heiho. Silver 1 member up, and they are locked in spawn. This is such an aggressive hold.
That lockout is going to be rough.
Absolutely, especially when you don't have specials ready to go. Like the E-liter's sitting on theirs, but the Inkstorm not going to be effective in freeing them. They're going to need to use that to get the zone. Okay, I mean that was some decent painting, I suppose. I can see that. Probably could have.
So Silver able to get that penalty on there.
Oh, what? How? What?
Though, with that stop,
I didn't even see them take the left zone. I don't know how that happened.
I think your auto spec might have been doing something different from mine.
It's very possible.
And it happens every once in a while. And so yeah, it was kind of a last second take there, but Tikotan stopping that push, and now again Heiho moving up.
Yeah.
Into Silver territory.
Wins the 1v1, but goes for a swim as a backlash. With 2v2 in the zone right now, and the specials in favor of Silver, I think we're going to be able to see them get into control again. I think they could reapply this penalty. Lovely job by the leader there, using that point sensor assist to help them stay in the match. But unfortunately, Silver aren't winning their 1v1s. E-liter has to jump out.
Jumping out, just to stay alive. But yeah, you're right. Those 1v1 battles, Silver's been having a little bit of trouble with them.
Yeah, and now they're not in a 1v1 situation. It's looking pretty grim. Heiho are just relentlessly pursuing their opponent to the point of no return. Congratulations to Heiho, taking the 3-0 in this best of 5. They will be moving on to the winners finals for the 50-50 chance of some prize money. Very good stuff.
So yes, that is Heiho taking that one. I don't think it's still the semifinals that Heiho has to do.
So the way with the bracket is structured. Is
it that messy?
Yeah, unfortunately. So, this is the semi-finals in terms of the tournament as a whole, but it is the winners bracket final.
Ah, gotcha.
Yeah. Because
a little different.
It is a little different. And then, the winner of the losers final goes up to the finals final. Because that's how it works. So that's just a little bit of nomenclature. But with that, we have Heiho moving on with a 3-0 to face off against Carp, which will probably be our next streamed match. That was round 3, right? Not round 2?
That was round 3. It was Heiho taking it in 3.
I was just checking because I was like, no one's left yet. But looking at the banned maps, we have played 2 already because I've banned 2. So.
We have played 2, and you would have to ban Manta Maria. So, hopefully, Heiho will probably be able to stay, but I think everyone's going to leave. This is no, Tikotan is still here. Sui is
Excellent.
here. I think we have all of Heiho here. Well, now Sui is left.
Oh
but...
no! Hopefully they come back. All right, but in that case, we will hold the winners final here, and I don't think we'll have to wait too long. Sorry, stream. I'm giving you some weird things to look at. That's on me. Let's jump back to our lovely commentator's booth while we get set up for our final.
Watching Carp then, so
yeah, if we have a look at Carp in the standings, we can see that they have had an interesting run of it. They got a bye for the first round, but they took out Mythic in a 3-0, and then they took out the Squiggers in a 3-2. We don't know anything about either of these teams, really, except that Mythic have defeated the Yayflower stands and are now up against Silver. So
against Silver, yes.
I guess that match will be a good indicator as to how strong Carp are, but also we don't have time for that. We have a different match to go and watch, so we'll be doing that instead. Goodness.
So it looks like Wiki that we saw earlier today is still alive. So Wiki and Revert, it looks like, are in, unless my bracket list is just that much of a mess.
Let's see, what are we looking at? Wiki and Revert, yeah. They'll be facing off in losers round 3. No, that's done. Wiki's won, 2-0. So they now have to go up against the Squiggers. Squiggas.
Squeegas. Squeegas.
Part of me is glad they haven't come up on stream because, my goodness, that seems hard to pronounce. But also, they seem to be a pretty strong team. So I have a feeling we might be seeing them in losers round 5. We'll hang tight for that one. Fingers crossed.
Fingers crossed.
I'd also like to take a quick moment to thank a lot of our teams for participating today. It is double elimination, so unfortunately we can't stream every team as much as I'd love to. We can't be here for that long. So thank you for participating today. I hope you have improved as a team, and we will definitely welcome you back for our next Lobster Crossfire, where hopefully you'll be able to place a little bit better, and we can show off your team's talents. I always like seeing teams that run a unique comp, something that's a bit spicy, a bit interesting. So
oh yeah, absolutely. It's fun when some less popular weapons kind of get a showcase, because it's very hard to counter something that you don't see very often. So it's the best laid plans and all of that. So
yeah, a bit of a surprise can really throw your opponent off. That could be very good. Now, do I need to... Alright, just gonna check in with Carp. Alright, just making sure... Oh, they're in... Oh, come on. Look, I know that teams don't want to get rusty between rounds, and I know that it's been a little while. You're gonna be in solo queue during a tournament, though? Come on.
Oh, they do. Oh, that's so common, though.
I know. It happens. It does.
Well, at least they didn't take a 10-round scrim with another team,
That's true. That is very true.
That too, so that's always fun. Oh no, we're doing a scrim while we're doing a tournament. Or my other favorite is 2 tournaments at once. That one, that always really fun.
Yeah,
so...
that's a tricky one. Alright, can I do the friend code fast enough with input delay?
No. Yeah, you can. Of course you can.
I'm always worried about dropping the lobby. Ah, thank goodness.
No, usually in a private battle, it's a little trick. It won't drop if you're in a private battle and not locked down, but certainly it will drop you if you are in a public lobby.
Yeah, absolutely. That's just the streamer's challenge, though.
That's true. That's true.
When you've got your stream monitor up with a bit of delay from the actual inputs, it's like, I've got to just pre-input everything and switch the brain off. It's quite the challenge. Okay, great. We are getting the members of Carp in here for our winners final. Both of these teams have fought quite hard to be here, and both of these teams have had some very close calls. So now is going to be the true test of how tough these opponents are. Early thoughts. I don't really know much about Carp. I don't recognize too many players here. But how are we feeling based on the tournament bracket? What are we expecting here?
Well, they have a Suryu fan on Carp, so this I wonder if the Suryu fan is going to actually be is going to be playing the Dually Squelchers, but I don't know. Heiho is definitely seems to play very well against other Japanese teams, but it's been tighter with some of the high aggro North American teams. So I'm not entirely sure where Carp is from, but we'll see. We'll see. I'm kind of excited to see what it is because again the play styles are just a little bit different between the Japanese teams and the North American teams. So I'm kind of stumbling over my words here a little bit, but
no, I understand what you're saying. They do have different flavors of playstyles, and when they clash, it brings out something unique. And sometimes it becomes very swingy, other times it's incredibly close and tense, like we saw earlier. And we can only hope that we're going to get that lovely close flavor from these teams. I mean, it is the winners' final. These are the two undefeated teams in our tournament. They're going to put on a show.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely.
Alright, we are starting on the reef here for our best of 5 winners final. Winner of this match guaranteed a spot in the final, guaranteed at least $40 in US. That's right, US dollars. Let's see what our teams are running.
And yeah, it looks like we are seeing again E-Leader on Heiho, and we are seeing the Firefin on Carp. And it looks like 2 are down on Carp already. We have CDS on both teams, and we're seeing a little bit of these Tetradualies as well today. This is not the first time we've seen Tetradualies in this competition, so it looks like they are being used as a complement to the Dually Squelchers.
Yeah, I mean, nothing too surprising here. We've been watching Nick so far at the moment, who has just been diving through opponents and backing up Suryu fan. For those who don't know, Suryu is the member of Heiho that usually absolutely rocks the Dually Squelchers. So I'm hoping to see some similarities in playstyle today from them specifically. But look at this aggression. We are seeing this Splash Neo just right up in the opponent's business. The Charger knows they're there somewhere, but doesn't have the drop. That Auto Bomb's gonna find him and force him out of position, and a lovely follow-up there from Isabel, working with their teammate to get that splat. However, they have lost the lead from this, so they are gonna need to push back in to turn the tide in their favor. Not quite able to get the turf coverage they need over the zone. Ticotan sniping from the distance.
Those zones sometimes do not want to change. They look like they're completely covered, but they don't want to change because that one corner that needs a little bit of extra ink on it.
Yeah, it was very close. They have finally managed to flip it in their favor. Unfortunately, they could have had some more points on the board if they'd been able to do it just a little bit quicker. Carp, however, able to clean up. Yeah, doing a great job cleaning up there and using their weapon to its max.
That is the lead for Carp. Putting a little bit of pressure on Heiho here. I think maybe the fact that a Suryu fan is maybe it's lulled them into a false sense of security. on Heyo, or maybe not. Here comes the bomb rush.
Yeah, I don't think Heiho are one to underestimate their opponent, but as you've mentioned earlier, they do like to play with their timing. They do not rush in, they will always wait for the perfect moment. And because of that, they're able to get the flip back no problem, and take out the entire enemy team. Powerful stuff. Ooh, and a lovely backup snipe there from Tikotan, taking out some of the respawn as well. That is going to severely reduce Carp's special resources, meaning they will not have much to push back in here. If they want to get back in before the lead flips, they're going to have to do it back off an armor and a bomb rush and not much else. Inkstorm rolling out as well to provide a bit of that distraction.
Coming in.
They didn't
splash down on the zone, and that flips a little bit of coordinated action there by Carp. And so, yes, it is Carp maintains their lead.
The thing that blows my mind there is they didn't even have to use their specials to do that. Like, they still had their armor in the pocket after that push. It's going to flip back now, but that penalty is going to do numbers for them and really allow them to get reacquainted. However, the Splash Neo doing a lovely job hitting all of those shots. That is aim I aspire to. Penalty getting dangerously low now. It is looking like we might see a lead change here, especially with a lovely shot like that. Isabel's able to sneak up and get the trade off of it, but it might be too little too late. Neutral is established, but the penalty is not quite reapplied, and Siwi takes out the last offending member. That is the lead.
And the lead change.
Whew, we are now dangerously approaching KR.
So the clock has been stopped, and that is another change of control. Oh boy, will Carp be able to hold this? They are currently up by one player, although they've just lost two.
Yeah, just looking at it, I think the timer is going to be their main enemy here. Only 20 seconds left to establish control so they can get that overtime, and Tikotan in a lovely position to just play defensively, right? They don't need to get aggressive here. They've got 10 seconds left to hold. They just need to make sure their players stay up more than anything. Ooh, Tikotan doesn't quite land the shot, but it doesn't matter. Control was not established.
Carp was not able to get that flip of the zone at the very end, so it's Heiho.
Heiho take the first round of the winners final. An excellent match of Spoon 2. And only a few more to go before they can guarantee themselves a spot in the finals.
All right, so that was, that was pretty interesting. I think Carp did a fantastic job in that match. I mean, they were able to maintain control for quite a while, but I think there might have been a little overextension in there for and that was where Heiho was able to come back in and take control. So let's see this is the first Anchovy Games.
Hey,
wow,
there we go. We've seen pretty much every map at this point. I think the only one we haven't seen is Wahoo World.
I think you're right. We haven't seen the circular zone.
No, my goodness, that one is particularly spicy. Anchovy plays a bit more defensively. You can cover a lot of terrain from your turf, from your plat. So we see players more often than not, like the E-leaders are absolutely going to be situated up there. They're going to need to make sure they've got a lockdown on their lift, because that is where the opponent is going to be pushing. And other than that, it's just splat zones, baby. You get the splats, you win the game.
You bet. And I, again, this can be, I have seen this one go where if you are able to camp the other team, it's over. So, both teams are going to have to really watch that and make sure that the other team isn't able to push into their territory, because that will end things pretty definitively. I've seen it happen more than once, and this could be a battle of the strength of the team that we see here.
For sure. With the zone being so distant, splats just matter that extra much more. So being able to hold an area like that is pretty game winning.
So let's see what we see.
Yeah, will we
And
see any weapon changes?
that's the good question here. So
I haven't seen a single Splatling all tournament, and there's a part of me
no,
that's like
no, we haven't.
little reminiscent of a time where they were a bit more meta. We're not going to see one in this match at the very least.
So very similar compositions here. It looks like no, not that similar, but it
We've got
looks
a
like we do
Splash
have
Neo instead of a
it's got
Tetris. Like
and
it's yeah.
and a vanilla Dually Squelcher on Carp.
Some interesting play there by the Splash Neo, just standing underneath the bridge, trying to catch someone out without, again, using that audio cue. I'm seeing some advanced stealth coming out here from Heiho. However, Suryufan with the double, no longer running the Squelchers, instead being passed off to Nick. And cleaning up quite nicely with that end zap, getting 2 before they went down.
Carp was able to get 3 down on Heiho, and that means that they are able to take the zone. So this is a very good opportunity for Carp to get the lead. It looks like we do have Suryufan in a battle in the back. Lead has been taken.
Yeah, I think what we're seeing here is that Carp have shifted gears. They're not playing this the same as they played the last match, and it's taking Heiho a bit of time to get used to that. That acclimation time is definitely something that Carp are going to want to capitalize on, because it will not last forever. Heiho will figure out your strategy, and they will change theirs to match. That being said, already the aggressive plays, the Splash Neo just diving into the opponent's spawn area, just as you were talking about earlier. Any pressure applied there is pressure that is away from the zone and points on your scoreboard.
So Heiho taking the lead by holding Carp back. But Carp able to retake the zone and work through that penalty. There is some rain coming in on the zone from Heiho, so we will we'll see what happens.
It does get neutral, but yeah, with that being backed up, it's not going to flip. That is the penalty pretty much gone for Carp. Heiho probably not the type to dive onto the zone here and try and stop it. Instead, they are going to accept the lead change and prepare for a push of their own. That being said, key members of Heiho's offensive party being taken out right there, meaning that Carp are getting dangerously close to a knockout now. They have one more shot to stop this. Heiho able to buy themselves neutral, and the bomb rush clinches it. Probably a bit closer to the buzzer than they would have liked, but now that they've gotten the enemy team out of position, they are setting up on plat. This is what we were talking about earlier. As long as the enemy doesn't sneak past them, they are set to get a lot of points. Oh, and again, the Neo Splash sharking underneath the snipe position, allowing them to take out 2 of the opponent team members and completely shatter their offensive line, giving them a very strong chance of getting the KO themselves. We don't have any specials ready to go on Carp, and they are not in position. I think this might be game.
This might be game indeed. It looks like the lead is going to change. Heiho takes that lead, and Nick trying to get in there, but it is just too late. So with a very strong showing, it is Heiho taking our second match. Carp, though, giving them a heck of a run for their money. If they could have held it for just 8 more ticks, that would have been a knockout.
Absolutely. But again, Heiho, we know they're masters of timing. They were willing to let it get that close to the wire because they knew they'd be able to beat that score.
Well, they knew they'd be able to get that penalty too if they could, when they would flip it, and that sometimes is much psychological thing going on there. It's like now you have to burn through 62 in order to get back to your 8. So
absolutely, and at that point, it's just like, well, maybe we should just stall the opponent out and end the match that way.
Right.
Okay, so that is 2-0 to Heiho. They are 1 round away from taking some guaranteed money and that spot in the finals. We have Carp needing to take 3 matches in a row. I really should use more consistent terminology for that. They need to take 3 games in a row.
The whole game set match, it brings me back to tennis at some point, but
Hmm.
it's, it's, I guess they are games, and then there's sets and matches, but I honestly, I honestly kind of, I'm just as fluffy on my words as,
Yeah.
as you are,
Oh,
so
because like other games use different things interchangeably as well. I think what
it's
I
true.
like the best is you have a series of games in a round, and that there are several rounds in a tournament. That's probably my favorite one, but boy, do I
There you go.
forget that it's my favorite a lot. All right, well, the
All right, so we are
third
on Manta
game.
Maria. So we have seen Heiho do some things on Manta Maria here. So let's take a look and see what we've got as Carp and Heiho out. Carp fighting to stay alive in the winners bracket. Looks like we've got those Tetradulies, and we have an E-Leader battle primed up, and Suryufan and Sui going with the NZAP for coverage.
I'm very interested in the fact that we've only had one game today that didn't have a charger on both teams. I feel like that's not usually the case, so the meta must be shifting in that favor.
I think chargers are coming back into meta. For people that can play chargers well, it is an excellent way to basically win games.
Hey, winning games sounds pretty meta to me. All
That
right.
sounds about right.
We've got 2 down now currently on Heiho, which is going to allow a decent amount of coverage, and we're seeing a good spread here from Carp, trying to lock down several entry points. They don't have anyone watching the E-Leader's entry point just yet, though it looks like they're sending their dually squelches to do just that. That being said, E-Leader playing on elbow instead, and everyone going down on Carp. Isabel soon to follow. That is a wipe. They got a decent way in with the score, but I didn't see the majority of those fights. It looks like we're just seeing members of Heiho popping off like nothing else.
That's right. Heiho is definitely popping off. There's no question there. Isabel was doing the best job possible of trying to hold Heiho back in their spawn. But looking at the overhead view right now,
it's a very familiar scene.
Very, very blue map.
Yeah, it's a very familiar scene where we have all the members of Carp. That's a wipe again. Just absolutely locked into their spawn. Heiho love this map. Because of the work they can put in to make it happen. They're just covering the rest of it, making sure there's absolutely no way anyone gets by. And the members of Carp have given up. They were just doing a little jump.
Saw that. I saw a little bit of dance moves going on out there.
There were some dance moves. It was a bit of a, hey, thanks for playing with us. Good luck in the finals. We might see you there kind of dance.
Heiho managing to go 3-0 in this round. So Heiho going on to the finals, and so it looks like it's going to be Carp facing off against Mythic. Is that what I'm seeing?
Let's have a look at the graphics. Carp will be facing off against the winner of Mythic and the winner of Squiggus and Wiki.
There we go. So we have a little bit of time then.
Yeah. Well, they have a bit of time to take a bit of a break. I imagine what's going to happen for us is that when Wiki and Squiggus finishes up, we're going to be watching the losers semi, which is Mythic versus the winner of that match, and then the losers final. And then we'll be watching the grand final, and then that will be our tournament. How lovely. Now,
I love it when there's 13 teams. It makes it just hard enough to keep track of.
Yeah, a little bit. Like it's within the 9 to 16 range, so it's not like the worst in terms of time, but like a bit to track.
Yeah. 8 or 16, I can do those in my sleep, but yeah, the 13 is always a little confusing. So.
All right, so we will jump back to our commentary box here. Now, I believe that the Squiggus and Wiki match is underway, so we're not going to be able to watch that. That one is probably already quite under fire. But because it is best of 3, it shouldn't be long until we get to our streamable match.
That's right.
The question is it going to be the Squiggers or is it going to be Wiki?
So we've seen Wiki a couple of times now. Well, really? Was it two? Yes, we
Twice.
have
Yeah,
seen
we
them
did
twice.
watch them round 1 and 2. Yeah, so we know they're a strong team. We know that they can do some cool stuff, and we know that since parting with them, they've defeated Squeezer, Revert in 2-0 matches, and this one seems to have been going on for a while, so I'm not entirely sure. They must be close, but yeah, I can't say for sure if they're going to be able to make it through. Squiggis, on the other hand, they were able to take 2 rounds off of Carp. Carp is currently our losers finalist, so they're quite strong, I would guess.
I would guess. So yeah, we're waiting for any refreshes to come in. But yeah, so definitely yeah, it's going to be either the Squiggers or Wiki facing off against Mythic. And then yeah, then the winner of that faces Carp, and then
Yep.
and then away we go. Then
Winner of that goes up against Hey Ho, our first finalist. Yeah. It's gonna be a simple ladder climb from here, that's for sure. Alright, now I'm just checking around to see if we have any updates on the status of the Squiggers vs Wiki match. Maybe I'll just ping in Discord directly. Yeah, let's just ask them. And if we don't hear anything back, it means they're in a match right now. And that means that it is either going to be like 5 minutes at most until we can get them in here, or if there are technical difficulties, we'll hear about them now. So
there could very well. You're never quite sure when it comes to.
I don't think we've had a flawless. I don't think I've ever streamed a tournament where nothing went wrong, and like so far, nothing has gone wrong.
Yeah, I actually, one of the things that has surprised me is there have been no disconnects, and given that you and I are on opposite sides of the planet, and then you throw in a few Japanese and European teams, you would expect more problems, but we have been in good shape. So
well, I have a partial theory for that. Nintendo have recently upgraded their servers in anticipation for some new online games. You may have noticed that Super Mario Party now has an online mode, and the patch for that was very small. It was a megabyte, which means that it was already in the game. So the only reason it's available now is because they've upgraded their servers to the point where they can handle that kind of thing, which is a very positive sign.
That is true. But the servers that Nintendo uses, at least for Splatoon, are all based on matchmaking. All the connections are peer to peer.
That's true.
As far as it goes, and so that would be actually a lot of re-engineering for them to do that. Whereas they might be. I don't know enough about Mario Party to know whether they're doing peer to peer or client servers. So certainly like Pac-Man, is going to be the Pac-Man 99. Is it Pac-Man 99?
Yes.
Mario 35, Pac-Man 99, Tetris 99. There we go.
Yeah.
Those are all client servers. So that's definitely going to work in that regard. But yeah, that would actually be an interesting change for Splatoon 3, is if they would actually move to client server rather than peer to peer.
I mean, yeah, I feel like they could justify it, but we'll see. We'll see.
I would think so.
They do like their local multiplayer, and they do like their local wireless, and that kind of leans more towards peer-to-peer. But we shall see. Speaking of Pac-Man 99...
I haven't even tried it yet. I'm afraid to... I used to play Pac-Man in the arcade. So
oh, damn, yeah.
Yeah, and actually, there's an arcade bar here, or at least there was before the pandemic hit, where you could grab a drink and play Pac-Man, and it was great. So
that's pretty cool.
And or Donkey Kong, or any of the classic arcade games.
Did they have Mappy?
They had Qbert.
Oh wow, yeah. Powerful.
Oh yeah, you know, the kind of the classic games to bring you back. So
Mm.
it's
I,
yeah, it was interesting having an adult beverage while playing those games.
yeah, I do agree with Rizino in the chat there. Mario 35 was definitely better than Pac-Man 99. A strong agree.
Oh,
But
and yeah,
Pac-Man 99 is still pretty good.
I need to pop up my chat window because it's way too small. But yes, hello Rizino. Rizino's a streamer. He also streams an awful lot of Splatoon. So he and I are kind of regulars in each other's streams. So
Ah, yo, welcome. Good to have you here. Thanks for the follow. Yeah. Yeah, no, I have played some Pac-Man 99. I did it on stream when I was playing for the first time, and I got quite a few wins in a row. I felt pretty good about it. But my Pac-Man experience is Pac-Man Championship. So like I've played a lot of very hectic Pac-Man.
ah, did you do any of the glitches where you jam it into the corner
I
so
don't
that the
even
ghosts
know
go
about
past you?
those.
Yeah. Oh.
What?
Oh.
I'm googling
Is
some
it even
things.
possible in Pac-Man 99? Because that, you know, oh my God, yeah, jamming the joystick into so that the Pac-Man went into the corner and then the ghosts would go past and you'd glitch through it. No, no.
Wow, I'm going to be googling some things after this stream is over.
Well, that's like the old school Bally Midway Pac-Man version. So yeah.
Okay, so I've just received word that the Squiggus and Wiki match has finished,
Excellent.
but I don't know who won yet.
Well, you know, they have to fight it out.
But it's
I
over.
actually I keep a T chart while we're streaming. You know, so I'm actually right. I'm actually just putting tick marks under each team so that I remember.
Ah,
You know,
that's
yeah,
clever.
it's
That's clever.
I which yeah, it seems very low tech, but it seems to work pretty well.
Hmm. No, I appreciate that. Anyone who like keeps notes while they run a stream, it's a very subtle thing you can do to really improve and keep things going. Okay, the winner was the Squiggus, which means we have to watch them on stream. Hooray!
All right.
We get to find out how chat wants to pronounce it. Chat, let's quickly poll you here. This is the team name. How do you pronounce this? I want just like an etymological.
It doesn't have two G's in it.
Yeah.
It only has one.
All right, chat. I've given you enough time. Please put your pronunciations in chat. Let me know how it's said. In the meantime, we have a losers semi to watch. I will let them know that we are going to be hosting.
So these are back to best of 3. Is that correct? That's correct, right? In the losers bracket.
That they are
best of 3. So these kind of clip right along then.
Yeah, they go very quickly, and teams do not have a long time to suss out their opponent and figure out an appropriate play style. So it gets very hectic and very desperate. We only have 4 teams left in our tournament at this point as well, so like top 4 out of 13, quite nice. Quite a nice position to be in.
And it's not even midnight for me, so we are in good shape.
We're rolling. This is great. It looks like we'll probably be hitting about 1 more hour, I reckon. Which is that's a pretty good time. When I said 5 hours at the start of the stream, I misspoke. I usually leave 4 hours for this tournament, just in case technical difficulties or anything like that. But with our biggest player roster ever, we're managing to get done in a relatively quick amount of time, which I'm very impressed by. Shout outs to our players and mods for keeping everything running smoothly.
Well, I do think there are some old pros in this tournament at this point, so I think it's people know what to do, how to get in and get out, and not create tons of drama, which is really what you want in any tournament series.
Absolutely. So, okay, let's see if I've got any friend requests.
Is saying to pronounce it as Squiggas with the 2 G's. Oh no.
I mean, I think we can manage that. I think
Yeah,
that's
guess
doable.
what? It's been nice having you as a streamer, and it's.
Well, damn.
I hope your Twitch ban doesn't last that
You
long.
know what? I'm thinking like if you put the emphasis in different parts of the word, maybe we could
That's right.
maybe we could bend enough like because I'm thinking squid and
Squig,
and like
squig, squiggas, squiggus, squiggus,
squiggus.
squiggus,
Oh,
squiggus,
that doesn't sound too bad.
squigas.
Squiggus. Ooh. All right. How about hmm, squeegus.
There we go.
We're getting creative
Squee.
with
Yeah,
it.
yeah, that sounds like sounds like somebody like in the middle of this country where it's sweet to bring in the pigs or something like that.
Oh goodness. What a day we're having.
Oh,
All right, I am adding one friend code right now. Lovely. Oh, we are already friends. I've instead best
excellent.
friended this person because I immediately went to click the button. But that's fine. We're best friends now. That's just how easy it is with Nintendo. You just click a button and you're best friends.
I honestly think that the way that the friend requests and the friend codes and all that stuff works, it's getting weirder and weirder from Nintendo. That's like takes longer and longer, and they say, we aren't going to make you friends for now. So it's definitely it's been a little weird.
Yeah, it is quite odd. Alright, well that's one team that should be able to join us now, so we should be very close to our next match. So if you are watching this at home, and you are not ready for some rapid fire Splatoon, take a moment, grab some water, grab a snack. Now is the time. It is only going to get much more tense from here.
And if you're watching it from away from home, let's hope that you're not doing it while driving or operating heavy machinery.
Yeah.
So...
And if you're at work, I won't tell, don't worry.
That's right, that's right.
Excellent. Cool, and quick shout out to our other followers in the last few hours. Typo, Nikki, Dynamix. Thank you so much for following this channel. I hope you like this Splatoon content. It is some wonderful Splatoon content.
I am so bad at looking at your chat, but yeah, I now that I can actually read it because it's not on a monitor that's like halfway across the room, I recognize a few of these folks that have followed and redeemed the hydrates. So yeah.
Excellent. Good to see. Yeah, well, for those of you who are new to Lobster Crossfire, this is a tournament that runs once every 2 weeks, or once a fortnight if you are of that lexicon. And it is a wonderful Splat Zones only Dually Squelches required tournament that you can join. It's runs every 2 weeks. There are no like prerequisites for joining in. You can just jump in and have a good time, play some Splat Zones, and maybe win some money on the side if you are hot enough. But yeah, be sure to tune in. We like to stream it every time as well. Make sure as many people as possible get to enjoy this Splatoon action. Yeah, I realize that Fortnite means something very different internationally nowadays, but like,
well, it depends on how you spell it.
Yeah.
So if you
it's
spell
so
it
convenient to have a word that means once every 2 weeks. I don't get why it isn't used all over the globe. I just don't.
Well, I suppose we could go back to 7 years ago, and why don't people just say it's a score years ago anymore? So,
I mean, I don't know if that's a very like practical measurement of time anymore. People think it's centuries now.
Pretty much, yeah. It's 20 years is just an odd metric for considering something. Actually,
Right.
4 years seems to be like the best metric that there is lately. So, because at least in this country, because it's always based on presidential cycles.
Right,
So.
of course. Boing, thanks for the confidence there. It's good to know that everyone knows what the word means. Um, definitely helps with my ability to understand American culture.
Oh yes. No, no. Fortnite is a game made by Epic, and they're currently suing Apple. So that's what we need to know. That's all that Fortnite is. That's it. So that's it. That's
Just checking. I mean, I thought I had this player added, but maybe I don't. Hmm. Interesting. We're just having a bit of trouble getting players into the room. But we're getting some friend requests in, so hopefully it won't be too much longer.
that is usually a good sign.
Yeah, once everyone's done the friend requests, like we've already seen a match with Carp, so we know they can get in here. We've already seen a match with Hey Ho. This will be the last roadblock we have before the end of the tournament.
Always one of the challenges with any tournament is getting all those friend requests for the streamer. You know, it's bad enough that you have to get the friend request for your enemies. You have to get the one for the streamer too.
Just a general rule of thumb. It's going to be nice to just add your streamer because they might even be hosting the room, and then you don't have to get your opponent.
That's true. That's true. All roads lead to the stream at some point. So.
Okay. Looks like we're, having connectivity issues. Hey! Just after I said that we hadn't had anything go wrong with the stream, we're having problems with the stream. So that's great. It's bound to happen eventually. That means it's out of the way, right? Like, or it's happened now.
Well, and you know, when in doubt, blame Nintendo. You know, it's just so much easier that way. So.
Yeah.
All right. It looks like we have members of the Squeegas coming in.
Yeah. Now, interestingly as well, Madness is a frequent player of this tournament, so I'm gonna take a shot to say that the Squeegas are going to be quite the tough opponents.
I would imagine. I've seen Madness around, so.
Yeah, they have a reputation for a reason. I'm also definitely going to need that roster list because players are not joining in a block of 4. Great. Okay, so that's helpful. Excellent. And... All right, cool. I can work with this. I can absolutely work with this. It is a bit messy, but we'll see what we can do.
Well, you know, worst case scenario, you just ask the teams in the captain's chat to make sure that you got it right.
Absolutely. I've done that before. Today. Okay, great. We can get started. Let's assign these teams. So that one's there. That one's not listed here.
That's gamer.
Alright, so that'd be there then. There is a clan tag happening here for Mythic, I assume. Nick, Jelly, Blue. Yeah, okay, I think that's correct. Does help that there's a tag there. That does help me line things up nicely. Yep, okay. I'm gonna go ahead and assume that's right because it looks like the readout I've been given, which means we are finally ready for our losers semi-final. This is a best of 3. These teams do not have many chances left to stay in this tournament. They have to really work to get into that losers final and ultimately the grand final.
So it is a return to Mega Mart. Well, I don't know if these teams have played on Mega Mart. I've got to imagine they've hit it by now. But again, I think this is this to me is one of the best balanced maps that there is for Splat Zones, and it can also be one of the most exciting. I mean, the time that we saw it earlier today, it wasn't I think it almost went to overtime. I mean, it was like
Mm,
within a second of going to overtime. So I'm kind of excited to see how Mythic and the Squigas
yeah.
are
It's a
going
zone that can
to.
be flipped quickly, and because it's so close to respawn, splats don't matter as much as strategy. So you really need to be able to play it carefully to make this happen. Run us through what
You
our
know how
teams
you
are
were
running.
talking about. You know how you're talking about not seeing
Oh!
any Splatlings?
Yeah! Gamaroo!
So gamer, gamer is a Splatling player. If it's the gamer I'm thinking of, for ago in a long time. And then yeah, we're seeing that Nautilus. We are seeing a little bit different look right now. Over on Mythic, that's looking a lot like some of the comps that we were seeing earlier today. So it's the unique comp right now is with the Squigas.
Yeah, I mean, it's working quite well for them so far. That Booyah Bomb, I mean, it's a double Splatling comp. Nautilus from Madness is not an unexpected choice. But yeah, the double Splatling, I wonder if they're going to be able to maneuver around the map as fast as they need to. It's really going to depend on what their opponent's strategy is. We're seeing already they're pushing quite well onto zone, but they're not able to maintain control. And they are quickly swept under the rug. This is looking pretty one-sided so far.
Yeah, they are just building in there and holding. We are seeing the Squigas holding back the Mythic. I will get the team names right eventually.
That's okay. I mean, I had to check as well. It looks like Mythic have one chance to make this happen. They've got the Ink Armor, which will allow them to get onto zone. Booyah Bomb is going to shut that down, though. Oh!
It is the Squigas.
It was so close to neutral. It was so close to neutral. I really thought they were going to be able to hold on there, but the Booyah Bomb at the front of the zone at just the right moment was enough to shut that one down. The Squiggers take that round handedly. I mean, yeah, we saw the NZAP doing NZAP things. That wasn't too surprising. But the fact that we saw some good coordination from Mythic, and yet they still weren't able to breach their opponent's defenses, I'm very impressed.
Yeah, definitely a very strong start for the Squigas here. Let's see what happens next. This is best of 3, so we are back to Inkblot Art Academy. So again, I think Splatlings are probably going to work pretty well on this stage. They're going to give some range and some coverage capabilities, and of course those killing capabilities as well.
I can definitely see the Nautilus coming back, but I feel the Heavy might not be able to fully capitalize here. Maybe a change to a lighter Splatling or a Slosher could work.
Maybe it depends. It depends on how far back you want to hold the other team, I think, is what it boils down to, or how confident you are in being able to hold the other team back from the zone.
Yeah. Yeah, it comes into both, right? Like when you're on the offense, you've got the high ground, so you can cover the zone from both sides, and you have enough firepower to really be able to shut down anyone that approaches you. But if you're trying to lock out your opponent with a heavy remix, you're kind of just stuck with sitting on top mid and just applying pressure, because you can't really move up beyond that point. It's not really safe, and if you get taken out on that top mid, that really opens up the zone to a neutral as well. So I don't think we'll see that risk, but if we do,
I don't know. I have a feeling that risks are being taken today. So
hey, that sounds entertaining as heck. Let's take some risks.
Right. That's right.
Gamaroo taking a really long time to get that pick in, so definitely a gear change from them at the very least.
All right, it is Splat Zones. This is the second of our best of 3.
Yeah, this is the final chance for one of our teams here.
We're seeing knots on both sides, and we are seeing the regular Splatling, the hero Splatling actually on the Squigas. So we've got that we've got the coverage capabilities coming from the junior and from the NZAP, and This looks like it's going to be a mess.
Ooh, what a dive. A instant wipe. Just very well played by Squiggers. They were able to perfectly manipulate the opponent into a place where they could just be jumped on. That's some very clever play. We're seeing some fast swimming from the side here. It looks like... I'm not going to be able to get the play name here, but Mythic trying to go in with a sneaky backward approach. Splashball's going to keep them up for a little bit, but the Heavy able to tear that down. Almost something from Mythic there, but because that one fell through and it did cost them their specials, I don't see them getting past the defensive line here, especially with the Inkjet ready to go.
And here comes that Stingray. That's just making life really, really ugly, but it looks like we are going to see a zone flip, unless something changes real quick. Although, no, we don't.
Yeah, this is the push we saw last time. There is a Booyah this time, but it's not going to buy them enough time. I think that is curtains for Mythic.
That is... it's Coitons.
Coitons for Mythic.
So that is the Squiggers taking it 2-0. They will be advancing onward.
It was a dominant performance.
And will be facing Carp. So that was domination by the Squiggers here. You know, Mythic just wasn't able to break that line, and you know, for a change, my prediction was close.
Yeah.
Once the Squiggers moved up, it was really tough for Mythic to come back in with that double splatling composition.
Yeah, I definitely saw that there were advantages to that comp, and I think changing from the Booyah splatling to the Stingray splatling really helped out the team. I think that was a very wise choice, and it clearly worked dividends for them. I'm very impressed.
Absolutely, absolutely. So we will be moving on to our last of the losers bracket.
Oh, hold on, I gotta scroll over here.
I know you got to do a lot of scrolling on this.
I can't actually scroll any further than that. Oh, here we go.
Well, that's...
Oh, there we go. Yeah.
Oh my
All right.
gosh.
There
you go.
I had to scroll the actual overlay because the browser wouldn't scroll anything. All right, so we have our losers final, Carp versus the Squiggers. This is still a best of 3. We've heard a bit of disdain from Carp in the chat because they were very nervous about this, and understandably so. It's a difficult format. Best of 3 is terrifying when you don't have like a chance to get a good read on your opponent. Hopefully they were watching the stream. Hopefully they know what kind of weapons they'll be up against. But yeah, it's still going to be quite a lot of work for them to take this one back. If they want the rematch, they got to do it. It's plain and simple. That being said, we have the Squiggers, who have not yet fought against Heiho. They would like an opportunity to take on the champs as well. And winner of this match guarantees themselves some prize money. This is probably one of the most lucrative best of 3s you will ever see in a tournament format.
Isn't that the truth? Yeah, this is definitely going to be. This is where the money comes down, right? So
this is where you do business.
That's right. A little bit of business in the back. So,
taking care of business. All right. So we are just waiting on one member of, I believe, Carp before we get underway.
I think we've got everybody from Carp. It looks like we are missing one member of Squiggers right now.
I don't remember Dark being a
Gamer.
member.
It looks like Gamer popped out.
Oh, gotcha. Hopefully not into solo queue. That'd be very presumptuous. There's a bit of a name and shame. Alright, we'll jump back to it. Okay, yeah, so shouldn't be too much longer. I'm sure the team knows what's going on. But yeah, also, I believe our European player is very exhausted at this point. So,
I don't know. It depends on if you're a night owl or an early bird. You know that.
I don't know a single person who plays Splatoon competitively that is an early bird.
I don't know of many early birds either.
Us night owls, we tend to stick together.
Yeah, I think in order to be a gamer, you have to be a night owl at some level. So
It kind of makes sense, right? Like it's the time where there's less people using the internet bandwidth. Um, Gaming is a hobby that tends to keep you awake.
it does. It does.
Just the nature of it. All right, we are starting on the reef for our
Reef.
losers final. Now we've seen what have we seen Carp play the reef? I think we did against Hey Ho, but they weren't successful.
Yes, they did. They did play it against Hey Ho.
Still hanging out for that Wahoo World. We have a minimum of 5 games of Splatoon left, so fingers crossed it pops up in that time. But we also have a maximum of 15 games, so there's quite the time period between now and the end of this tournament.
That is true. That is true.
Depending on how it shakes out.
We might be done in a half an hour. We might be done in an hour and a half. So
100% accurate. All right, let's see what our teams are bringing. Madness sticking with their double Splatling comp. Interesting to see how that'll pair off against the charges that we've been seeing from our other 2 remaining teams.
So, and I think that's really what the Squiggers are doing a little differently from all of the other teams that we've seen, is that instead of running a charger comp, they are using Splatlings for their range and for their picks. And the advantage to that too is that Splatlings do have that capability of painting quite well, and so it makes for a very interesting look, and also it can be very hard to counter. But it looks like right now we are seeing the Carp come back in, although just as soon as I say that,
interesting tactical though. What would you say is the downside of the Splatling comp as opposed to the charger comp?
So it is not a one-hit weapon. So if the other team is much more mobile, and is showing a lot more mobility, then it's going to be a little tougher on the Splatling. That being said, the E-Leader has a huge charge time too, and that is not a very mobile weapon either. So it's I don't know. I like Splatlings. I always have. So
I 100% agree. I like being able to provide that turf while I am supporting from the backline, and I'm not good enough to land a shot with the charger, so it's pretty much a no-brainer for me.
I'm a horrible charger player. I'm a marginal Splatling player. I usually don't play backline, but I do enjoy. I enjoy playing Splatling when I get a chance. So it's.
So Madness here, they have an early lead. They're not in control at the moment, and they're losing players pretty rapidly. But they can afford to at the moment, is the key here. We've seen the E-Leader trying to paint the zone from the back, not quite able to reach all those corners. Has to get an assist from a teammate.
So Dark was on a rampage coming through those zones and taking down Inkjets and an entire gauntlet of Squiggas, but it looks like we are in that lockout phase right now, as Carp is getting ready to take the lead, and there they do.
They have ink armor in the back pocket as well. They're going to pop it now. It seems like their opponent is boosting specials, so they're reacting with their own. And a splashdown on the zone is going to cap it. 2v1s taking place by tree means that we're going to see some pretty good control coming out here for Squiggers. Oh, but they dive down. Isabel able to clean up the rest on the zone, meaning that they're going to get control and a splat advantage while holding on to 2 specials. That's huge. Additionally, we only just noticed this. We've got a vanilla dually squelches coming out from Nick here. Holding on to those pocket missiles for the right moment as well. Okay, here comes the special rush. We are seeing 3 specials coming out. In fact, no, that was a quad special push coming in here from the Squiggers. They've taken out 3 of their opponent, only lost 2 of their own. The zone should be theirs, and if they can get this last splat, they'll be in a good situation. They trade out for it. That's pretty good.
That is gonna work. So yeah, the Squig is able to get that control, and they have it back.
With a minute 30 left, they've got plenty of time. As well.
And here comes the neutralization, and that is Carp taking control.
Yeah, Carp pushing back up. They were in the winners final, and they want to be in the grand final as well, proving that they really do have what it takes to hold on in this match. That being said, Squig is currently looking for that opportunity to really shut down their opponent. We can see the Splatling is pushing up on ramp just to try and get that extra bit of damage onto the opponent plat. But we're seeing some good stalls. We're seeing Carp with some very good stalls and a lovely quick capture there. It's going to put them in a nice position moving forward.
They're getting that double.
Ooh. Misses the last one to the jump out. But I mean, that is a good position to put your team in. They're going to be able to hold this area quite nicely. Although, taken out by a lovely shot from the Firefin Splat, and suddenly your advantage is gone. They're going to be able to recap this no problem.
So all of the suction bombs are going into one of the zones right now, and it looks like, there we go, that is a change in control. That is going to put the penalty back on the Squiggas.
Yeah, Carp were able to pick a moment in the weakness there and really just ruin what should have been a very strong hold for the Squiggers. Squiggers are going to be able to put themselves back in control, but they've got a big penalty to deal with now, and they haven't taken out any of the opponent yet. That charge is going to start picking off their players, so if they don't do something quick, it is all over. Red Rover.
And here comes that suction bomb rush, and that is going to put an end to it. So Carp is going to take the first match here in the losers finals.
And like that first match, so significant as well. It was very close, but doesn't matter how close it is now when you look at that scoreboard. It is one game between Carp going to the finals and Squiggers going home empty-handed. So they really need to redouble their efforts for this next match.
This best of 3 format puts it all on the line all the time.
100%.
So we will get to see which map your Switch will pick.
Come on.
Inkblot Art Academy. So there we go. There
fun.
we go.
It's not Wahoo.
We haven't seen Wahoo World yet, but again, my problem with Wahoo World is that it is a circular zone, and there are no corners that you can cap to make this zone cap because it's a circle. So
it's absolutely true. It is a lot harder to cap, and because of that, you need higher turfing weapons more often than not. But it's a problem for our teams to deal with in the future potentially. Right now, they have to play Inkblot.
They have Inkblot Art Academy. So, again, that double Splatling comp was very effective the last time we saw the Squiggles go with it. But, I think Carp was giving Heiho a run for their money on this one as well. So, I don't know. I think the sniper might be a good thing on this one. So I'm not sure what we're going to see.
I'm inclined to agree. I think that while the Squiggers, we've seen them do amazing work on this map, it was because they were able to push their opponent into the places they wanted them to be and then capitalize. So the problem here is that I don't think they're going to be able to push Heiho around as much because their weapons are a lot more versatile and they're going to be more comfortable in certain positions. Oh my goodness. That is a Hydra. That is a Hydra on Inkblot.
Oh, Hydra. All hail Hydra. Here we go. Yeah, and again, Nick is sticking with the vanilla dually squelcher on Carp, so it's going to be interesting. So again, we have 2 NZEP on each team. Hydra versus E-Leader.
Despite the neutral here of the battle, Control is consistently staying in favor of Squiggers. They're not quite getting the splats, but they're thriving in the chaos. Ink Armor comes out, hopefully that'll buy them some space to secure things out a bit more, and it looks like with the Inkjet as well, They're able to just put a bit more control down. Opponent is finally answering with the specials of their own. That should cap quite easily. But a very good opening score for the Squiggers.
So Carp in control. Squiggers are down. We're down 3 briefly, and it looks like it's respawn time right now. Everybody's jumping in for Carp right into the mid.
As long as they don't get bombed out, they should be okay. The armor is not going to be too hot against the Inkstorm. Although they do have a second one. That will be huge. Second armor is going to allow them to push their charger out of position and gain the zone once again. Very well played by the Squiggers.
Squiggers taking that zone. Pushing Carp back a little bit. Looks like we are seeing a little bit of movement coming in. Carp with those missiles, using those to track where the Squiggers are.
Also, a bit of a distraction for the Inkjet to deal with. Inkjet has a lot to focus on already in terms of evasion, but having to evade a non-player entity as well really steps up that cognitive load. And with the E-Leader getting the splashdown there, they are the last player in contention to defend the zone here. With the trade happening there as well, the point timer is just going to tick down for Carp here, despite the fact that they don't have a dominating control. Neutral does finally come in. We have Madness pushing around the side on that Nautilus, ensuring that that timer does not go any further. They haven't gotten the penalty on the board yet, but they shouldn't have much difficulty getting it, especially with only the E-Leader to contend with. And halfway through the match, both teams already quite close to that KO scoreline.
That's true. That's true, and they very similar penalties that they're working through right now. So it is going back and forth. Certainly a little bit stronger map, I think, for the Squiggers than the previous one that we saw. So I think again, Carp though managing to get in there and keep whittling down that timer.
It's definitely the most chaotic Inkblot we've seen all day. We've had teams scoring points despite no team having a dominant control over the mid section. We finally have Carp in that dominant position. They're using their bombs quite effectively to keep the opponent at bay, but they've only got so much ink. Have they bought themselves enough time to take lead? The Inkjet begs to differ.
Ooh. And it looks like it's gonna, if the Squiggers can get this, it's gonna put a penalty right back on Carp.
Ooh, but Dark with 2 splats on the zone. Can they get a third? Not quite, but the splashdown's gonna keep the Ink neutral. It is going to be a matter of flip or miss, and Legend takes the splats and is able to keep that penalty a ticking. Very close to a lead swap, but very well played under pressure there. The last member of Squiggers able to shut that one down. Oh, sorry to cut you off there. That was just quite intense.
Oh, I know.
We have the flip back now. Carp trying to maintain control. They have control over the zone, but not the player advantage. Meaning they're going to need to get a bit more aggressive if they want to take this one out before that timer runs out on them. They are trying their absolute hardest to get in. Isabel with the triple roll in from jump gets one. Can't quite get the Hydra though, leaving the E-Leader alone yet again. I think that penalty may just be the nail in the coffin for this round.
That could very well be. We've got Madness covering the zone right there, and it looks like we have the members of Carp trying to get back in.
Inkstorm's going to come in here to give them one last chance at this. They've taken 2 players down, but the Hydra's able to trade back out, meaning that this is going to be a pretty... it's not a solid hold. Yeah, I don't think they're going to be able to keep it. They don't have the players in right now, and they only need a neutral to make it happen. Legend's able to shut out the respawn jumps as well, but they're not quite able to outpaint their opponent immediately. It looks like it's almost certain, but the zone...
Oh my god.
What is happening?
God.
Oh, okay.
Oh.
I was so certain that the Squiggers had that one locked down, but it kept flipping back to neutral. I don't know how it was happening, but...
It is a big zone. It is a big zone, and if you can focus half of the zone, you have a chance. And the Squiggers holding on, one more second. one more second.
That
would have been over.
Yeah. Instead, they have bought themselves a spot.
So it is 1-1. It all comes down, as they say in sports broadcasting, it all comes down to who wants it more. So it's Piranha Pit coming up next. Oh boy. Oh boy.
Goodness indeed. Trying to get a read on these teams and this map. Like, it's been close both times. No team has a guaranteed victory here. But with our current comps, with how we know that the teams are changing up, do you go Charger or do you go Splatling? What is the winning composition in most cases here?
I think the double Splatling beats the Charger composition on this stage, because you can get an arc off of the Splatling that you can't necessarily get off of the Charger. So I think there's I don't know. I think this, based on the comps that we've seen, I think it does favor the Squiggas, actually.
Yeah, I'm agreeing with you. I think that there are less golden positions you can put your Charger on Piranha Pit zones than there is your Splatling. Your Splatling can defend itself in quite a few more places, and because of that, it can utilize its range in a lot more positions. So
we're going to see that Stingray again.
Yeah, we are. And it's a good map for it. It makes absolute sense. Gamma are going to be jumping around the back there, just filling that up and having it ready to go as soon as possible. Alright, early fights. Armor doesn't quite save Dark as Jared pushes in with those Dually Squelches. And the Stingray assist cleans up the rest of the field.
This is a golden opportunity right here for the Squiggas. This is they have all managed to stay up. I don't think any of them have gone down yet.
They absolutely have not. We have no splat assists on the side of Carp yet. They're busting out their specials now to try and make that opening happen. And they've taken out the Nautilus, so they do have an opening in. Alright, with 2 down at that point, the Stingray is going to stay up and prevent them from moving through the center of the map, which will delay their capture, but it is inevitable at this point. Then again, yeah, Stingray going to be very comfortably played from the back of the map. The opponent has to go quite out of their way to stop that from happening, and that Stingray is going to be coming out frequently to upset your opponent. So I think it's a very good tactical decision on behalf of Squiggas. It's just going to come down to execution.
And it is now a 2v2.
We also have no penalty on the side of Carp yet, so as long as they keep this in the balance, they are still in a position to take the lead. Madness on that Nautilus, just trying to find anyone that overextends. But the rest of Carp are just cleaning up the opponent team. They don't care about where Madness is. They're just busy dealing with a potential Stingray that could cause them problems later.
And there is that lead for Carp. So, you know, again, I'm used to being proved wrong, but we'll see what happens here.
Yeah, I feel like a bit of the problem there was that the members of Squiggas were just looking for the surprise picks, and Carp weren't on the zone. They could have easily pushed in and prepared a counter pick while also putting a penalty on the board, but instead they put themselves in a really precarious position where this Ink Armor has to do the numbers or they are donezo. Fortunately, they have managed to grab one of the zones pretty handedly, so I don't think their opponent's going to get that knockout. E-Leader not going to be able to get those picks, and I think that is going to be a flip. So, yes, indeed.
Yep, it is a flip. We have Legend working on getting the zones back.
Stingray again, just covering the center of that map, making it difficult for the opponent to move around, but it's been taken out. I think Carp have really cottoned onto the strategy, and they keep sending people back out the back, and they're getting 2-for-1 trades. 2-for-1 trades are brilliant when you're playing on this map, because it is not hard to get on your respawn, and your teammates can easily capture the zone in the meantime. Legend and Madness just trying their hardest to get control over their zone. They've managed to push the opponent back, and that is going to buy them some time. But they have quite the scoreline to get through if they want to unseat Carp here, and only a minute 30 to do it. It's going to be tough.
Is going to be tough, but that timer is ticking down now.
Tentamissiles coming out. It's going to scatter them and potentially push them away from the zones. Inkstorm, however, does the solo cap. A very well placed Inkstorm. However, with the wipe there and only a minute left to go, this penalty is going to disappear in the blink of an eye. Elite is playing very aggressively as well, positioned down here on the typical recapture spot. So the opponent's going to have to get creative if they want to be able to unseat that defensive line. Stingray almost does the work, finished off by the Dually Squelches. That's looking clean. If they can get rid of Isabel here, and they do, they're going to be able to get control, and they have a good amount of time to play with.
They do, and it's you know, it definitely what we need to see at this point is for the Squiggas to get a little bit more of their green on this field.
All right, 15 seconds left before a potential overtime. No points are being scored for the Squiggas right now. Gamma is doing a good job keeping themselves up, and they do get the double, which means they might be able to get the cap just before the timer hits. However, they have a long way to go and a 2-zone hold to make. It is not going to be easy with your entire opponent still up at full roster.
We're in overtime. Here comes that Stingray, but we're gonna need to get some paint on those zones in order for them to move forward.
Full Tentamissiles on Madness is going to push them out of prime defensive position and put a lot of ink in there for Carp to push through. They've got a player advantage. They take out the Inkjet as well. If they can take out Jared, it is all but secured. They do. I think they're going to be able to take this because the timer is over. So close.
Is over. Carp able to stall out that timer.
It was about to switch back to green as well. You can see it there. They had one zone and very nearly had the other.
They stalled it out. They stalled it out masterfully. So it is Carp taking the losers final. So Carp gets their rematch with Heiho.
That is absolutely correct. And well done to Squiggas. You performed very admirably in our losers bracket. You did quite a good job at making it as far as you did. But unfortunately, at the end of the day, that overtime hold just wasn't quite enough. We look forward to seeing you next time. Like a lot of the members of Squiggas, they're returning players. They've been here before. They know what the deal is.
They've been around the block a couple of times. So
and like third place on our biggest ever number of teams. Very impressive. You've definitely defended your reputation. Well done. All right. So with that squared away, it's grand final time.
It is grand final time. So we are going to be seeing Carp facing off against Heiho, and yes, it is Heiho no Nakani. So yes, the contents of Shy Guy, as it is translated by Google Translate.
Yeah.
So
yeah, it was something like we had it actually translated 2 weeks ago, and I'm kicking myself for not remembering. But yeah, it's like what's in a Heiho, I think was the official. That's what it was. Yeah. What's in a Heiho? So what's in a Heiho? Our finalists, as almost expected at this point, are going to be defending their title against Carp, who had a bit of a rough time against them in the winners final. It was not their best showing. I definitely think their best showing was much earlier in the bracket. Hopefully they're more prepared this time though. They know what they're up against. Hopefully they've got something in mind, and they've got a few more rounds to make it happen as well.
And yeah, again, what we saw from Carp in that last match with the Squiggas is they were able to start taking control of the clock, and that is kind of that seems to be the MO that Heiho uses. So we might see some clock battles coming up. So I think that could be kind of exciting, because I saw some pretty good clock control going on, and I think we're gonna be in for a treat. So
It is very exciting. Now, it may take a moment for us to get Hey Ho in here just because of a. We've got to like juggle some mods around, but oh wait, is that? Yeah, that's still the password. Yep. Okay, good. All good on that front.
this lobby has been stable for the entire stream, so I've been impressed.
I am also very impressed. Good on you, Australia. You didn't screw me today. Very much appreciate it.
The fiber optics are working, so the undersea fiber.
Yeah. Oh my goodness. Glad we don't have too many crabs pinching at the cables.
That's right. That's right. Although I think they do route up through Hawaii, so you never know.
It makes sense that we've got squid speed as well, so we've got that going for us. Right. So yes, our grand final, our best of 7 with a bracket reset if needed. We could see anywhere from 4 games of Splatoon to 14 games of Splatoon. And while we do always appreciate a longer game, if it does go quickly, it means it wasn't super close, and that's fine too. Yeah, based on our team's history, in fact, we can have a look at the path here. We know, Hey Ho, obviously, they usually win the winners final. That is just their style.
Yes, and yeah, the one 4v4 Dooley Squelcher tourney that I streamed, it was Heiho that took it. So it was they are definitely kind of they're kind of the big dog in this fight. But everybody likes an underdog. So I think Carp has I think they can bring the fight.
Yeah, we haven't seen Carp, at least not in this specific structure of players in this tournament before. And having a European player on their team, it's very nice to see that we're getting a true international blend in our finals. It's not always the case, but it is very nice in this situation. So Hey Ho, they took out All-Star Squad, Wiki in a 3-1. They did drop around to Wiki. Maybe Carp can ask Wiki for some pointers. Because it is the only round they dropped all tournament. The rest of it was pretty smooth sailing against Silver and against Carp themselves, who had to, despite having a bye the first round, easily taking out Mythic in a 3-0 and then a 3-2 against Squiggus. I think we can see why that was so close based on that last match there, where we saw them rematch. That wasn't the first time they'd fought, and again, ridiculously close.
Yeah.
So yeah, Squiggus probably really wanted a chance to take a swing at Hey Ho, but they did not quite earn it. Carp just standing slightly dominant and moving through to our finals. So that's the tournament so far. It's been pretty much straightforward. These two teams just rocked each side of their own bracket, and then after a brief interlude, we're back here again for the rematch.
Well, sometimes you need those interludes too in order to hone your skills a little bit more, and I think we're definitely going to see a little bit of action coming up. So yeah, we are just waiting for the members of Hey Ho to arrive here in the private battle, and then we'll be going forward with best of 7. So we will see at least 4.
Yeah, so at least 50% of the maps.
That's right. And if Carp wins, then it is a bracket reset, and we will see another best of 7 to determine the final winner. So
what I'm hearing is there's a good chance we'll see Wahoo.
There's a good chance. Well, really, I would say yes. I would say yes. So, it's I do want to see the circular zone. I really do want to see the circle again.
I think also these comps aren't the comps we've usually seen in Lobster Crossfire. Hey Ho's winning comp usually comprises of double slosher, but because they've got different players today, they're running a charger comp, and we certainly haven't been seeing those regularly enough in Lobster Crossfire. So now that we're seeing them, I want to see how they play on all the maps, and Wahoo World with a charger comp feels like a difficult play to pull off. There aren't too many safe zones for your chargers, there's plenty of flanking opportunities. I feel like, yeah, it is an issue that we need
I
to
know of
address.
only really one or two places that I ever see a charger set up on Wahoo, and yeah, you're right. There aren't a lot of great places for a charger to set up. So yeah, we'll see. We'll see.
That we will. Yes, as Ye is pointing out in the chat, both of these teams, as our finalists, have qualified for prizes, first and second. We just don't know who gets which yet. This is
That's
the
right.
match to double your money.
So again, since this is a double elimination tourney, that means that Heiho is in the driver's seat. If Heiho is able to win 4 of the next 7 matches, then it is over. But if Carp wins 4 of the next 7 matches, it is a bracket reset, and we do it all over again. It is back to best of 7, and we will see what happens. So a lot of work for Carp to get ahead, but you never know. That's the one thing, you just can't predict what's going to happen sometimes.
Yeah,
You just never know.
it's really nice to have that bracket reset as a lifeline. As like, hey ho, they can sit back, they can take it calm. They don't have to let the stress of the tournament get to them. Because worst case scenario, they get to reset it, they get to start it from scratch. But
Yep.
you can't get complacent. Like, a chance to knock out your opponent early may be the difference between winning and losing, especially with a opponent as determined as Carp have proven to be.
And Carp is they have definitely been very determined in this entire match. So I mean, like as you pointed out, they won all of their matches up until they hit Heiho. So it's again, it's they won the opposite side of the bracket from Heiho, and it's going to be pretty exciting. Now, is it really Suryu that's joining?
Oh,
Is Suryu
that
back
would
yet?
be huge if so. Um, that is terrifying. So just to let you know, chat, we've had a member join, and they are going by the name Suryu. And if it is the real Suryu, this is a cause for concern because that is the top Dually Squelches player internationally, and this is a Dually Squelches tournament. So that's a matchup you ain't gonna win if you end up being CDS versus CDS. It's like, well, I'll try my best. I'll maybe trade if I can pull that off because Surya is incredible. We've seen it time and time again. So remains to be seen. Could be terrifying.
It could be. It could be. So we will see. Although, wasn't Suryu fan who was playing earlier also level 69 star? There's something
Oh, is
whenever I see
is that a member of
69,
Carp?
alarm bells go off. But it's
That would be interesting. Okay, well, luckily for me, I still have Heiho's name in the overlay, so what's in a Heiho is already ready to go. I imagine that's the right one, but I will just double check it. Yes, that is correct. Okay, great. So I don't even have to change that. They're already in the overlay as the team from the winner's bracket. So that's very easy for me to set up. Their opponent is Carp. Nice and easy to type in. So I'll put
very
those
easy.
on screen for you there and adjust the sizes to make them nice
You
and
mean
legible.
you mean you don't have to copy and paste Carp?
You know what? You raise a good point. No, I do not. I'll just tuck it into the screen there. Lovely. Okay. So,
There you go.
we are just waiting on 2 members of Heiho. They've had a bit of a break because they've had to wait for the losers bracket to conclude. So, it might take them a bit of time to get all sorted, but it is a good time of day for them. They are most...
2:22 in the afternoon.
Yep, so very easily just lounging around on a lovely Sunday afternoon.
Yes.
And
Well, it's finally Sunday here, so we're on. So
happy Sunday!
yes. Oh, there's Suryu fan. Oh my gosh. Yeah, I knew we were gonna end up in trouble here.
Oh no. That's gonna be hell to glance quickly.
Oh no.
Alright, well, hopefully that doesn't get too confusing as we move into our grand final match. Just waiting on one more member, and we are rocking. There we go. All right. Let's party.
Are we right? Are we right? Are we sure we have the right people in the lobby?
It's a good point. Let me just give it a...
It is the same password. It is the same password all night.
Yeah.
So.
I will give it 10 seconds. So if anyone needs to drop out, they can. But I think we're good. All right. Let's start. I can't wait any longer. All right. So as the alpha team, I have to give the alpha tag to our winners bracket team. So they will be on the left. Which means, no, not that. And this is where it gets tricky.
The one with the R is on carp.
Excellent.
There you
go. All right. With that all squared away, I will press the button, and we will begin our grand final. Excellent. And look at that!
It's Wahoo World. We knew it was coming.
Thank you, random goodness. Oh, we get to see Wahoo World with these teams. Now, we know these teams have been running a pretty similar comp all night. They like their long-range charger. They like to run some armor. They like their CDS. Though this map, not too bad for VDS, honestly. Could see that as well. Oh, I've just understood why they are carp. I've got C, R, and P. But Suryu fan wants to rep Suryu fan, so they do not have the A in their name. And, like, who can blame them, honestly? Suryu, amazing player, star of this tournament. I'm a bit of a Suryu fan myself.
Well, here we go. It is our first time seeing Wahoo World tonight. It is Heiho facing off against Carp. Let's bring the hype. Let's you know, even if it's after midnight, I can get hyped up for this. So here we go. It is going to. Ooh, I am seeing leaders. I think we're gonna have one heck of a fight here.
Ooh, an arrow spray, silver arrow spray coming out here as well. Something I did not expect to see from these teams, but I'm interested to see how it gets implemented. It's a...
This is... It makes sense. The curling bombs are moving across the zone right now.
We've got two members of Carp firing onto the zone and could not outpace the curling rush. That is quite the point extension they've earned themselves there. However, Suryu fan able to shut off that arrow spray at the pass and probably going to be able to camp this jump quite nicely as well. No, they get away! Not quite able to survive. And Suryu taken down, which means that we're going to see Carp taking the lead here. This is a very nice opening for Carp. They have good control of the map now, and they have a good idea of where their opponent is hiding. Tikoten also in a bit of a rough spot, so not able to support the team from the back line. Sui looking for a teammate to push in with that NZAP. They've got an armor and a curling rush ready to go, but can they get it to the zone? Ooh! Look at that! Point sensor perfectly spots Sui.
Point sensors, yes. Oh my god, the point sensor actually being useful. I mean, what?
Coming in clutch, able to push them out of position and force their hand. However, it is not enough. Unfortunately, their timing being balked by the fact that they didn't have control over when they were revealed means that is going to be the first match.
This is like Carp is going to take it, and Carp takes our first match tonight.
Oh wow, the champion's being challenged.
That's right. Well, remember, you know, Carp is definitely, this is like a grudge match because they were 3-0'd by Heiho earlier. So it's I think now they're bringing it. So let's see how this goes.
Absolutely. Also, something to keep in mind, we've got Suryu tagging in. I don't know how much they've been warming up earlier, but they weren't in the majority of this tournament. So it's going to take them a bit of time to get started and build that team synergy up to its maximum level. And in the meantime, Carp can absolutely capitalize.
That's right. And hey, we are back on Piranha Pit. So it is always, this is again going to be one of those back and forths, I think, with Piranha Pit. But I don't know. I seem to recall Heiho had a pretty aggressive way of dealing with this map when we saw them earlier today. So it's this could be a very this could be very interesting to see what comes next.
Absolutely. Our team comps are locked in, and it looks like we are going to be ready to see round 2 of this final.
All right. Oh, so now you get to listen to me. So we are in our second round here of the finals. That's right. We have Heiho facing off against Carp. And yeah, it looks like we are gonna see that Firefin come out from Tikotan on Heiho, and we are going to also see an E leader coming out on Carp. So it is going to be the battle of the Chargers, as we also see a canceled Squiffer, a Squiffer. So yeah, we're also seeing Squiffers. So this is going to be something else here as Heiho starts to paint the map blue as we start out here. So we've got that Squiffer making some trouble here, holding back Carp. And it looks like the Squiffer's moving forward, and so we've got Nick with those dually squelchers, the vanilla dually squelchers, using those point sensors to try and locate where everybody is, but there's just way too much coming in from Heiho right now. Nick using those missiles to try and locate everybody and stop the timer, and he does stop the timer, but we are also seeing an awful lot of ink coverage coming out from Heiho. So we've got a baller on the field as the Squiffer goes through. We are just 20 seconds.
Wow. I thought for sure Carp were going to get neutral there, but they weren't quite able to capitalize, and that Squiffer doing wonderful work in the close proximity of this map.
That Squiffer is a surprise, but a very effective surprise. And that is a knockout all the way from 100 to 0. I mean, in the time it took you to grab something to eat, it was over.
I was hoping Stream wouldn't find out about that, but oh well. Yeah, no, I missed the majority of that match because of how effective that comp change was. And this is what I'm talking about with Heiho and their adaptability. This is the reason they've been able to make these comps work, is we've seen them pull out a Squiffer before and do a great job in just completely changing the pace of the match, right? Like last match was a lot slower, it was a lot more of a slugfest. Whereas this time, a Squiffer comes out and suddenly, Heiho are playing a different game. And if you're not ready for that different game, you are going to get washed away. So very impressive play from them, and exactly what I'd expect to see from a team of this caliber.
Yeah, absolutely. So we are going back to Inkblot Art Academy. So again, that Squiffer was a surprise for me to see, and but again, super effective. God, I feel like I'm doing some Pokemon thing or something like that. But
it's super effective.
So it is, we definitely are seeing some interesting things happen here in the finals. So we have both teams locked down. We are in our third game of our finals so far. It is Splat Zones on Inkblot Art Academy. Yes, we are seeing Tikotan with that E-Leader, and we are also seeing an E-Leader from our friends over on Carp. So it is going very similar compositions.
This might be the first time I've ever seen Heiho run a roller, however.
A roller, though. A Ninja Squid roller.
And the Tetra is getting some more love from Carp. They seem to favor them quite a bit, and they have done some excellent work with them in the past, so I'm excited to see what they can do here. However, a 2v1 does not a Tetra win. And despite all the trades back and forth, Heiho in strong control to begin with.
That hero roller making things a little difficult for Carp, but finally Nick finding the hero roller and putting an end to that reign of Ninja Squid terror.
Ah, Suryu doing what they do best though, just absolutely annihilating an unaware opponent. The reach, the evasiveness, and the damage output when you focus fire your shots, these are all the reasons we love the dually squelches. And the reason that we love seeing them showcased in such a beautiful way. Suryu is just going to be hiding out in various spots and sharking for their opponent. Suryu fan might be about to go down to them.
So fact, Nick, there with those missiles, you know, and it looks like we have a change in control. So Carp getting back in it.
Yeah, they're able to maintain a good distance from their opponents. Sui has to jump out here and keep themselves in the game. And because of that, we're going to have Tenta missiles out here very shortly from the vanilla dualies, doing a wonderful job making their opponent feel unsafe. However, just like that, in a moment, it's just the E-leader left, and control flips in an instant. It's definitely anyone's game at this point.
It definitely is. I mean, 56-47 is not that huge of a difference. Although right now, Heiho is really working through that penalty. As we see Carp trying to move back in. Well-placed bombs are kind of getting in the way here, but here comes Carp. It looks like they're getting close.
Interestingly enough, we're seeing Heiho trying to surround Carp and apply a lot of pressure to them. Carp, however, just taking things nice and slow, picking off their opponents one by one, and just staying in it. Like we're seeing R on this E-leader is doing a marvelous job at keeping themselves in the game and keeping their opponent guessing. It's definitely a key factor in keeping their defense alive here. And with the super jump over, they're probably getting ready to use an Ink Storm to roll the zone. They just need to keep their players up and active because their opponent have plenty of specials to counter with.
So the clock is ticking down right now.
They knew that Suryu was down there, and they've dropped the armor to get into position. 2 splashdowns go off. We're seeing the splats in favor, but unfortunately, no, they've done it just in the last moment.
Isabel managing to get in there and cover enough territory to stop that timer.
A clutch save there. It's going to flip to neutral very shortly here. But, I mean, they've done good work in keeping themselves in the game. However, the roller aiming for a triple here. If they can land it. No, they don't quite do it. The Tetris are going to clean them up.
The splashdown cancel.
Isabel with the clutch plays here, keeping their team in this match. Unfortunately, not quite able to take out Suryu on those dually squelches. If they had, they'd definitely be in control right now. You can't ask one player to do all of those things, though. We really need to see... like, we've seen a lot of star power moments from members of Carp in this match, but we haven't seen them pull off any team plays. And if they're not able to get one of those in the next 20 seconds, it will be over for them. At least for this round.
That clock is ticking right now.
Yeah, KO dangerously close. The roller trapping the charger in place. I think that's going to be game.
That is going to be game.
I think, like, running the comp that they were running, they were definitely wary that their opponent was sharking underneath them. They weren't taking any risks, and I really appreciate that. Like, every time Suryu was sharking underneath their flank drop, they were cautious of it. They knew that they were there, but even when they got that splat, they weren't quite able to capitalize on the objective itself, and I think that is ultimately what decided that match.
Well, and there were two levels of sharking that were going on as well. The roller the roller being able to camp there, right by the edge, that is just deadly. And I saw several splats coming in from the roller, just how to flick just over the edge and take down the other team. So it was a little tough for Carp to get in there. So. We are coming back now. Oh my gosh, this is we're coming up on our third round.
I gotta say, I do love seeing Heiho not only changing up their roster, but changing up their compositions every round and keeping the opponent guessing. It feels like
Yes.
they're adapting to the map quite a bit, and they're also maintaining that element of mystery. Their opponent can't counterpick them because they don't know exactly what pocket weapon they're bringing in that fourth slot. So it's definitely interesting to see this dynamic of Carp taking the first round, but Heiho quite dominantly holding over the rest.
Yes. Yes. So Manta Maria again. We've seen Heiho really strong on this one. So I think we even have seen Heiho and Carp play each other on this one. So I don't know. Let's see. Let's different team members though, slightly different team members. So curious to see what we're going to see next.
And also, Suryufan taking a bit longer to pick there. Maybe they've changed Suryufan back onto the Zap. I know they've been shuffling around who is their Dually Squelcher player. They haven't been keeping that consistent. And it did work for them in the past.
That is a Clash Blaster.
Oh! Oh, wow! Clash Neo.
That is a missile blaster with Ninja Squid and Stealth Jump, so that is going to be terrifying.
And Curlings as well, I believe. They're going to be able to slide all across this map. Yeah, definitely a strong choice. However, we're not seeing... Oh, I didn't see any of the fights, but already that's 3 down on Carp. Sui doing the back turf here to get that armor built up and make sure that the opponent can't sneak in. A lovely Miiverse post there. Or Splatnet, or whatever it's called.
Oh, yes.
But we'll move on from that.
Fake Miiverse is what it is. But yeah, I mean, seeing some really interesting things coming out from Heiho right now. Tikotan was way back with that E-Leader in the territory for Carp. So that heavy mobility, we're seeing a lot of mobility with that Clash Blaster, but Nick able to stop it with that Kensa Splatter Shot.
I will say, we've never seen anything but a dominant performance from Heiho on this map. They know how it plays, they know exactly what their opponent is going to try to do, and they are shutting them down at every turn.
And Heiho is not letting them even get back into the zone. This is gonna go to knockout, and it does. Heiho taking the third, or taking the fourth. That is their third win, so it is currently 3-1 Heiho.
Championship point. If they win the next one, they have won the tournament. It is tantalizingly close. What do you think it's going to take for Carp to keep themselves in this? What do they need to do?
They're going to need to get a lot more picks, is really what it is. And they're going to need to counter the mobility that Heiho has been showing. When you think something isn't going to work, suddenly you have a Squiffer. And Squiffer is a high mobility weapon. And so what I think is happening is that you actually said something that was interesting a little while ago, that we're seeing a lot of star power coming out of Carp, but we aren't seeing coordinated pushes. Almost the opposite from Heiho. We're seeing coordinated pushes, and then these, as you said, these weird pocket weapons that come up that just completely throw the other team off their guard. So I think Carp needs to anticipate a little bit more what they're going to do and get a couple of those picks, which is a tall order, which is a very
tough.
So
we've definitely seen Carp pull off some wonderful plays, with a lot of their players being able to sneak objectives and just really pull off some real individual stuff. But if they can't get those 1v1s that they want, they're not going to be able to capitalize on their skills. So we really need to see Carp just trying to force their opponent into fights they don't want, whether that's with a few different specials or whether that's with a different approach to the map strategy. It remains to be seen, but on Anchovy Games, there's a few things you can do to really upset your opponent's positioning. So hopefully they capitalize on those.
Absolutely, and this is an opportunity really for Carp to get some of those picks, because if they can hold Heiho back, then and keep them away from the zone, then that's how you win on this one.
All right, championship point to What's in a Hey-Ho. Carp to defend.
Oh,
they need 3 rounds.
My goodness, I just saw two
custom juniors. We've got a Bloblobber Deco coming out from the defending Carp. I love it. It's a great pick for this map. It can absolutely cover that zone.
They've got 3 rains though, so we've got 3 ink storms coming off of Hey-Ho. This is gonna be interesting.
I think we have 2. Oh no, they've got the vanilla dualies, so they don't have as many ink storms on the other side. I was just gonna be like, when it rains, it pours here, but it seems that it's gonna be a little less in that flavor of battle. We do have an early lead to Carp, and if they can hold the opponent's plat like they have been doing, they'll be in with a good chance to extend to a nice lead. However, with the several auto bombs pushing out from those custom juniors, and all of the ink storms at once. Oh my goodness, those ink storms didn't cap. I'm amazed. That was 3 ink storms at once.
Well, I think Carp was doing the best that they could there, and actually trying to keep the zone covered as those triple ink storms.
Oh, actually, the Bloblobber is huge for this because that can cover the zone very nicely without being in the path of the ink storms.
Well, and Tikotan, I think, is listening to you right now, because Tikotan sought out that Bloblobber and said nope.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. Tikotan's going to be playing this ledge as much as they can. They know that they're in a strong position to hold the enemy back here, and they know that they control the height of the platform. The opponent cannot force them into an unfavorable position from there without some specials. So...
And yeah. Isabel getting that splash down there. Look at all of those chickens.
Oh, you know what? You've made my day. I've not heard anyone say that in a Splatoon commentary before, and I'm very happy right now. Oh, wonderful work. We do have a member of Carp going down on the zone, leaving it very susceptible to a neutral, but it takes a long time to get there. Finally flips back in Carp's favor. And the Bloblobber on Nick doing wonderful work fighting in this awkward little box. They've gotten 2 splats off the back of some really nice throws, and they're keeping the enemy nice and at bay. They've got the bomb rush on standby as well.
Bloblobber is very good on this because of all of the height changes within the map. Being able to toss those blobs up now definitely can be an advantage.
2 ink storms and a bomb coming out here. In fact, all the bombs are coming out here at the same time. Wow, what a power move from Hey-Ho. Stopping it just in the right nick of time with 2 ink storms and subs. Like, what a perfectly timed maneuver. That is incredible work. They've not managed to keep control, but they've bought themselves enough time that they might be able to come back and stop it.
They did buy that.
Tikotan trades out there as well, meaning that there's not many people here to defend.
We're going to see a lead change, and Carp taking the lead.
Ooh, and a lovely ink mine.
Ooh, Suryu fan finding Sui in the back.
I see. Okay, we have the ink storms rolling out from different positions. That should be enough to capture.
This looks like it's going to Carp. Almost.
Wow!
Can they hold it? Can they hold it? They do!
Incredible! We saw Hey-Ho Academy's typical timed special. We saw Suryu sneaking in with the Inkstorm, waiting for the perfect moment to flip it. But then their team got under fire earlier than they expected, and they weren't able to execute their strategy.
So Carp staying alive. Wow, and they were getting the picks that they needed to do. They were able to hold Hey-Ho back as much as they possibly could, and it paid off. And I think the Bloblobber was a really good choice on this one.
Absolutely. They're adapting to the map, and they're making it work in their favor. Very good play as well, like very good weapon proficiency to bring out a weapon we haven't seen yet and do that well with it. Takes a lot of skill. So very well done to Carp for staying in that. And Nick for having the pocket Bloblobber.
Yeah, with all of that rain, you would think different direction. When they were triple raining the zone, when Heiho was zone, but boy, the suction bomb rush actually was really encountering that.
Mm. I was quite surprised to see that outcome, but I guess it makes sense. Uh, with the Inkstorm being a very gradual paint versus the Suction Rush's very consistent inking.
Very, very true. So Carp staying alive. So it is currently 3-2 as the stream graphics say, and as my tick marks say as well on my piece of paper. But yeah, Heiho is 1 away, but Carp is 2 away. So let's see what Splat Zones looks like here on Mako Mart. Let's see what comp we're gonna see this time. Ooh, a little bit more traditional. Coming off of Heiho, and then we are seeing, yes, a Ninja Squid Roller.
Yeah, I don't. Have we seen Carp run the roller yet? I know we've seen Heiho run it, but I don't know if we've seen it from Carp.
You've seen Carp run the roller yet?
Interesting. Well, it's their only remaining player, and they have been shut down. A lot of players went down there, though, so it's not going to be a huge turf advantage for Heiho. They did get the zone, which means they're going to have quite a nice early lead, but they don't have the entire map locked down yet. Suryu doing typical sharking. Roller needs to spot that, or they are going to be in trouble.
Yeah, Tikotan is nailing those shots.
And forced jump back into spawn. Carp are in a very bad spot. Only 40 points between them and the end of the championship. They need to make something happen quickly. They've thrown out the Inkstorm and they don't really have the positioning to follow it up. I'm a bit worried. I don't think this is looking good.
This is gonna be really, really tough for Carp right now.
Ooh, Suryu fan having to use the splashdown outside of the zone to keep themselves alive. Unfortunately, with the timer ticking down, they get neutral, but... Oh!
Oh!
Maybe?
Oh!
No!
Oh!
Oh, there was hope.
We're so close.
There was light.
They stopped it. They stopped it. They stopped it. But not for long enough.
Yeah, the players just weren't in the right position. Once Heiho were able to regroup their efforts, they had the Inkstorm rolling out already. I mean, yeah, it just didn't... It wasn't the right map for Carp, I think.
I don't think it was. I think when Heiho brought out kind of the strong composition that they did, it's like, okay, yeah, this one doesn't have any gimmicks. This one is a let's send it home type of a composition. So fantastic play though. I've got to say I was really impressed with Carp, especially on that Anchovy Games match. That was great to see. But Heiho is our winner today. So the good news is both of these teams are going home with something. So
absolutely. And second place is incredible when we have, again, the highest amount of teams we've ever had in the tournament. And for a fresh set of fresh faces as well, that's very impressive.
Yeah, absolutely. So it was oh no, it's worst T-Tech and Typo. I know who they are.
Oh well, if you'll excuse me, I have to down the remaining bottle of water I have.
Yeah, they're gonna make you suck that down. Holy cow!
Absolutely, they are. There is a limit on it, but like the limit is the rest of the bottle, and that is a lot of water. My goodness. All right. That is going to conclude Lobster Crossfire 4. Congratulations to our winning team, What's in a Heiho, again proving that they are indeed the best lobsters that have ever crossfired. And a special thanks to Zeta. First time commentating with Zeta, and I have had a wonderful time, and I'm looking forward to having you back again for future events.
All right, thank you very much. It was a pleasure to be here, and shout out to Ye for running a fantastic tournament as always. And these get better and better and smoother all the time. I think Ye is doing a fantastic job with the rest of the team behind the scenes over on the VDS CDS Lobster Crossfire server. So I'm sure that there's going to be another one in what, 2 weeks, a fortnight?
They've been running pretty regularly every fortnight. I believe there are plans to continue it. I don't have any notification to say otherwise. But speaking of that VDS and CDS server, if you would like to participate in the next Lobster Crossfire, all you gotta do is join that Discord server. There are plenty of pings to let you know. There's another event that runs fortnightly as well on the off weeks, which is the League Rush, where you just all compete during one league slot and see who can get the highest power. It's nice and easy to do, and doesn't take nearly as long as a full-blown tournament. So if you've got less time but you still want to participate in these lovely events, there's an opportunity there for that. And with that, I believe that concludes our stream. I don't even have to thank the host. You've done it for me. Excellent.
Well, thanks again for having me, and we hope to see you all next time for the next Lobster Crossfire.
Stay fresh and stay... What do lobsters do?
Well, I guess don't get boiled alive.
Ooh, don't get boiled alive. Stay out of the pot.
That sounds about right.
Awesome. Night, everyone, or good day, or whatever time it is. See you around.